Good morning, everyone. I hope that you can hear me. We start the conference. My name is Zoya Damjanova, and I am the coordinator of the Responsible Research and Innovation Leaders project. Again, good morning and a very warm welcome on behalf of the whole consortium of RRI leaders to all of you to the conference TetRRIS Leaders in Responsible Research and Innovation. And thank you so much for joining us. The focus of this conference is on the importance and relevance of responsible research and innovation to the territorial development and to policy making in the territories in Europe. And without delay, I would like to introduce our keynote speakers, Dr. Georgios Papanagnou from DG Research and Innovation, who will speak about the open and responsible research and innovation in the European Union, and as well Sylvia Abad from the European Research Executive Agency. She will focus on general implementation aspects of responsible research and innovation. And while Dr. Papanagnou is getting ready for kickstarting the conference with his presentation, I'm pleased to introduce to you as well our colleague, Edward Anderson, who is the head moderator of the conference today. And Edward himself is quite experienced in public engagement, more than 20 years of experience in public engagement, and also in working with local government. And he is also well aware of the whole framework of responsible research and innovation. Okay, Dr. Papanagnou, the floor is yours.
Here. Okay, good. Hi, thank you. So I'm Georgios. I'm a policy officer at the unit of Open Science at the DG Research and Innovation. And I'm here just to give a few elements, a brief introduction on what we do these days and where we stand in terms of our understanding and actions on open and responsible research and innovation. Where do I point this? Just like that? No. On the opposite side. It's upside down. It's upside down. Voilà, thank you. So yeah, I mean, as you know, in the Horizon Europe, we did a bit of an evolution as regards Horizon 2020 in terms of our understanding of the areas of open and responsible innovation. Now we aim to embrace open science in general as a category that fits a few lines of activities as the modus operandi for researchers. And in order to improve, obviously, the practice of research and innovation through providing open access, making publications, data, and other outputs in line with FAIR principles, promote, of course, early and open sharing of research, boost reproducibility and open collaboration. This we do as a general framework for open science through developing the proper infrastructural and institutional enablers. Which one of them is the reform of research assessment, about which I will have the opportunity to say just a few words later on. And then, of course, we have the bigger infrastructures like EOS, which is a multi-dimensional platform of bringing together different centers of sharing of data around Europe. And, of course, the Open Research Europe platform, which you may know as a publishing venue for all our projects in Horizon Europe, which also provides peer review services. So we're trying to promote a different kind of, as I said, publishing platform for our researchers that is more collaborative, more open, more flexible, and more accessible. At the same time, we promote a legislative framework for copyright and data, which is in line and in tune with the goals of open science. And, of course, skills and education and practices for researchers in open science and data-intensive research. Open science is, of course, and open science, and the goal of public engagement and responsible innovation, or more socially attuned innovation, has become a more strategic part of Horizon Europe in terms, if you've compared it with Horizon 2020. This was a choice that was made early on to take the lessons learned and the achievements under Horizon 2020 and to make a step forward in terms of its integration in the whole framework program, not only in what used to be the SWAFs part. So you can see that, I'm sure you had the opportunity in the last year, since Horizon Europe is in operation now for a few years, to see that citizens' engagement and co-creating responsible research and innovation is part of the recitals, it's referred in the regulation, and it's also a part of the operational objectives in the specific program, promoting research and innovation, responsible research and innovation, taking into account precautionary principles and these things. I mean, I don't have to read the bullet points here, it's just for illustration purposes, but you can find these references obviously easily. These are official documents. And at the same time, this has found its way in how we understand excellence. As you know, we have made open science an integral part of the excellence criterion. It was a specific choice to do this. And this also includes not only the other elements of open science and open access, etc., but it includes as well practices for engaging and co-creating and working together with the public. And this translates and trickles down also into the kind of, not in the excellence criterion and how it is evaluated, obviously, but also in the monitoring of the projects themselves, how they report on co-creation aspects, and also how they report on research taken up by end users. This is all followed and monitored rather, and has an impact in terms of what we understand as the progress of the whole framework program. Notably, this is something that we monitor through the Key Impact Pathway 6, which is strengthening the uptake of innovation in society. The title, maybe not the best title in my opinion, but in any case it all breaks down into the short-term monitoring, the number and share of framework program projects where EU citizens and end users contribute to the co-creation. And this is similar to Horizon 2010's RRI monitoring, but better focused and across the program, as I said. And the medium term is 3 years after the end of the project. Again, is the number and share of FP beneficiary entities with citizen and end users engagement mechanisms that remain after the project. And this is similar to the SWAFs KPI back in Horizon 2020. But as I said, this is mainstream to the whole framework program. In the long term, we have the 10 years after the program, the societal RNI uptake, which, in my opinion, needs a bit of calibration. But bon, okay, at least it's the aim of it and the aspiration is similar. So this, at the policy level, has found its way, its expression at the Pact for Research and Innovation in Europe, as a recommendation from the Council, following a proposal by the European Commission, where the goals of open science and active citizen society engagement and the principle of social responsibility are clearly referenced. And this has led to us having an action policy, an ERA policy, the first ERA policy agenda with multiple actions, and one of them was devoted to bringing science closer to citizens. And specifically the one that we follow and that we are responsible for is a mutual learning exercise which we will do with member states on public engagement. And there we work with member states administrations for finding the best lessons, best practices and ways, recommendations to move forward, to see how we can build more concrete, more sustainable, more successful dialogues with citizens and co-creation instances in different dimensions for making research and innovation more accountable, more socially grounded, and essentially more responsible. Here I give a few elements on this MLE, which has not started yet. We will have 9 member states that have expressed their interest to contribute to this actively and to share their lessons and to be part of the dialogues and the reports that will lead after the whole venture begins after 1 year's time to some reports and policy recommendations. So the main elements for this exercise is to have a whole-encompassing approach in considering the various public engagement dimensions, co-design activities for developing agendas, co-creation activities for new research themes and knowledge, co-assessment as well, and then public engagement in relation to innovation deployment, knowledge valorization, etc. The focus that we are trying to give, the specific attention that we will try to give is on national experiences regarding the democratic quality of this and how it works from that kind of aspect of reaching out to citizens, bringing them on board, making the whole experience more sustainable and more meaningful for the practice of R&I. So that is the aspiration, and as I said, we will have experts also guiding this and guiding the dialogues, and we hope to have some meaningful and insightful discussions and results. The identification of priority topics, as I briefly mentioned already, takes stock of diverse national realities and trace potential differences or similarities in terms of strategies, programs and instruments, identify good practices and challenges concerning implementation of public engagement policies and programs, analyze good practices in public engagement vis-à-vis framework conditions, and this is very important, of course, in terms of infrastructure, competencies of researchers, but also competencies of public administrators, incentives and rewards, the structures that we provide in terms of making this more meaningful and providing rewards for the researchers in terms of careers and etc. And establish the potential of good practices and accompanying policy frameworks in terms of a possible generalization across the European research area, or in general, like seeing how we can promote a bit more harmonization or working together, or the cultivation of more common ground and approaches in this. The expected outcomes, I mentioned them. I will go fast through these common policy recommendations, sharpen and modify national and European policies, and greater coherence, one hopes. Before I finish, I would like also to briefly introduce the work that we are doing with the Coalition on Advancing Research Assessment, which has good affinities with this kind of work on responsible research. As you probably are aware, the Coalition on Advancing Research Assessment is a group that brings together a lot of stakeholders who sign the agreement, and then they commit to deliver on a number of goals, which aims to transform the assessment of research in order to recognize a diversity of outputs and to move away the focus from only a quantitative evaluation of bibliometric references and publications, and to put the focus, as I said, on the diversity of outputs and practices and activities of researchers. And this, of course, means practices like engaging with citizens in dialogues and having this kind of approach in research, especially in different areas, is very vital. And to, in this way, maximize the quality and impact of research, but also reward researchers who aim to promote research that is more socially grounded and has a more social impact or a better social impact. And this we are working together, as I said, with the COARA team, which is set up as a separate entity, and it has launched its first working groups on this. And the Commission works together with a big number of other European funders in order to promote the thinking and practices in terms of calibrating our research assessment, research evaluation, and to improve and innovate on this in order for the funders to promote this kind of vision of more responsible research, more socially grounded research, and more multiple and diverse and flexible profiles of researchers that get rewarded and progress in their careers. The core commitments, you can find all this online, as I said already, is to recognize the diversity of contributions and to move away from quantitative evaluation to a more responsible use of this kind of indicators and a more emphasis on qualitative peer review. And of course, to avoid the use of rankings in terms of assessing research organizations, etc. This I mentioned the working groups and what QARA generally does. And with these words, I pass the floor to my colleague. The summary here that I have of the work program, I covered already. We support citizen science, obviously, in RRI activities on training and other actions on open access publishing and reproducibility. And we see some future avenues, like I said, with the MLE on seeing how we can deeply and more sustainably engage with citizens. Thank you very much. And here is for Sylvia.
Yeah. Hello, good morning to everyone. My name is Sylvia Bad, and I'm Research Program Officer in the Research Executive Agency in REA. I'm indeed the project officer for RRI-LEADERS, but also for some other projects that we'll present today. So I'm very happy to finally meet you in person. Usually we have met in the review meetings, but it's always nice to have the opportunity to meet you in Brussels despite the circumstances. So as my colleague Yorgos has already mentioned about the background and the policy context of open science in Horizon Europe, let me look back at RRI in Horizon 2020 and tell you about a few things about the call for which the projects were submitted and a very preliminary implementation funding of RRI in Horizon 2020. I'm sure that you will complement this information during the day, but let's have a brainstorming now. So, as you know, RRI projects were funded through the Science with and for Society calls, the so-called SWAF calls, that had a budget in Horizon 2020 of about 462 million. Indeed, it was a very popular call because we received a lot of proposals. A typical SWAF project would consist of about 10 to 12 partners and an average duration of 3 years. Mostly SWAF calls were dealing with project with the type of action CSA, coordination and support action, and some of them were also research innovation actions. So if we look at RRI specifically, the projects funded under RRI were divided into 4 main categories, so industry, territorial governance, knowledge base, and RPO-RFO. And in this particular case, the relevance goes to territorial governance, which, as you know, aim to work towards the establishment of self-sustained RNI ecosystem with a high degree of open and responsiveness to local needs. This last call was from the work program 2018-2020, where there was also this cluster requirement. So the need that projects funded under the same call work together, and I think it was a very successful condition, and that's why maybe we are here all together to share the fundings. If we look specifically to the SWAF call and the topic 14, which was supporting the development of territorial responsible research and innovation, you can see this data in the Horizon dashboard that it's in the funding and tender portal, so it's available. I just took the statistics that were relevant for today. There were 11 grant agreements signed with a budget earmark of 22 million. There were 128 participants and 113 unique participants, meaning that some participants were in several projects. And looking at the EU contribution per country, most of the funds went to Spain, Austria, Italy, Norway, Belgium, you see here. And if you want to look more at regional levels, I invite you to look at Horizon dashboard, and you will find all the information there. So at the implementation side, what these projects have in common, we see that projects funded under these topics aim to bring together a broad range of stakeholders, including citizens for sure, to co-create and co-design a regional plan and implement common bottom-up solutions in a particular sector field based on regional needs. And the projects funding under this topic were more, on the energy side, health sector, startups. So it was a broad range of fields. And such approach, when successfully implemented, has led to an increasing level of openness, transparency, and democratization. And it creates what we are looking in Horizon Europe, positive societal, environmental, and economic impacts. And very, very preliminary implementation findings that we can conclude is that RRI is crucial at regional level, and it serves as a catalyst for sustainable regional development, competitiveness, foster social cohesion, and obviously address the region-specific challenges. That's why you meet and try to find a solution at regional level. And this lead to many individual institutional changes that have been already implemented or are in the process of being implemented. So you as SWAF stakeholders are in an excellent position to take a leading role in supporting other entities that are envisaging institutional transformation. And the RRI dimension, as it was the concept in Horizon 2020, so gender, open access, science education, ethics, and public engagement must be part of how research and innovation is realized in all domains, as well as its implication for governance. So I just wanted to share with you some very, very general preliminary findings, and I'm sure that I'm eager to hear what you have been implemented at your regional level. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to both keynote speakers. Thank you for presenting the wider picture and the perspectives before RRI, but also, this summary of information on the importance of RRI and also on the efforts invested by the Europe and money invested by the European Commission to support territories in developing and implementing RRI. I think that we have time for 2 or 3 questions to the keynote speakers coming from the audience. Edward? Yeah.
Yep, I don't know if, and are there anyone who has any questions for clarification or areas that you'd like the keynote speakers to go into more detail around? If so, just wave your hand. You've got a microphone at your seat and you can just ask the question from where you're sitting. And if you do have a question, wave. You have to wave clearly. As you see, I am wearing glasses. No questions? Yep. Excellent.
Yeah, thanks a lot for this presentation. Just a quick question regarding the developments of open science. Are there any visions for how to deal with publishers and the paywall? Yeah, because you said you are trying to move away from impact factor and so on, but for now still the most impactful journals are not fully open access. Are there any attempts there?
Well, our major intervention in this is through the Open Research Europe platform. I mean, and generally our policy is to promote this kind of non-profit based platforms for scholarly publishing. So we have that for the Horizon projects, and generally in member states to the degree possible, and with stakeholders, we try to promote this kind of example. There were council conclusions a few months ago, exactly on scholarly publishing. And there we, from the European Commission, we, as is our policy, we promoted again the concept and the practice of non-scholarly publishing, not-for-profit scholarly publishing. Non-scholarly would be a different thing, not a very good thing. So, and we try to see how we can work with member states on this and how we can monitor these kind of activities that we want to see to take place. So, I mean, that is our major intervention and action in this.
Thank you. Any other questions?
In the very back.
Yeah, perfect. So there's a red button.
I would just like to make a comment, actually, because I was an editor for a journal for 16 years, and I would just like to point out that open access publishing is not necessarily the best idea at all. Someone has to pay to publish articles. And that's really the key. Someone has to actually pay for it. And I would say as a relatively small researcher myself, I like open access because I can read things for free and I'm not part of a big institution that has all sorts of subscriptions. But I have to pay to publish my research. And that's a significant cost for people like me. And I think the Commission should really think carefully about that rather than just ranting on about supporting open access. What I would suggest is that having competition is actually the key. If you look at the profit that is made in publishing, it is not particularly a large number. The main cost goes into paying editors and reviewers and all those kinds of people. So that if they support competition, that would make a lot more sense than supporting open access.
Thank you. Any other questions? Or comments, indeed. Okay, I think what our keynote speakers have done is provided us with this vital big picture of what's happening at the European level, why this is important, what's happening to support this way of working. And as we go on into the rest of the conference, we're going to go from that big picture and to try and make this zoom down into the local and regional level and get quite practical. And I'm aware we have a mixed group of participants, some of whom work a lot with responsible research and innovation, others for whom this is a new area. So yeah, I think jargon is a fact of life in any area, but we'll try and make this conference as easy to approach, even if you haven't worked in science and research and innovation.
Well, we continue now with.
I think we actually had a. Oops. Yes, was there a comment there or question? Okay, just. You'll have to press the red button. Sorry, you'll have to press the red button.
Okay. I'm sorry. The open access policy goes together with open data and open data sets. So how this policy complies with the will be developed together with other initiatives, let's say building European data spaces, etc. Just in this context, not only papers, but also the data assigned to the papers.
Sorry, if I understand right, you're asking me what we're doing with the policy on the data, more or less, right? I mean, as I said, we are strongly promoting the practice and the principle of fair data, findable, accessible, etc. And this we do through also the kind of a model for repositories, etc., and our policies for the metadata, with which are in the metadata framework or the operational framework for retrieving all these kinds of information. We try to promote this kind of policies of harmonization, but also is a very big key principle of EOS, the European Open Science Cloud, is certainly axed on the basis of making data fairizing the data, and all of the community and the stakeholders that work through in EOS, they have different working groups, etc. They promote the work of, how we can improve that practice, because obviously there are challenges in interoperability which need to be tackled, and this is something that actually very big preoccupation of how we can promote in that area. I hope I answer your question.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Papanagnou. Well, we continue now with a brief introduction to the conference, and then a short overview of the RRI Leaders project, and then the conference starts with thematic sessions. Okay. About the conference today, we will have 3 thematic sessions after this one. The first session is focused on the experience of the RRI Leaders territories. These are 4 territories from 4 different European countries. And this is the practical level, the ground level of RRI experience. Then in the next session, it's again about territorial policy making, but we will look into the wider picture. We have invited colleagues from 4 other projects focused on RRI, and on specifically one of them focused on energy, to present their experience, their findings, their messages that they would like to deliver today to us. And the final session is dedicated to recommendations to policymakers at different levels of governance, and these recommendations are stemming mostly from the RRI Leaders project, but we invited our partners from the other projects present here today also to send us to deliver policy recommendations. And this will be the focus of the final session. The final session will be mostly a session to deliberate. So there will be presentations in the next 2 sessions, but in the final session, 1 or maximum 2. Okay. Now about the RRI Leaders project, I will briefly go through the challenges we have faced, the achievements, and the impact. About the partnership, we are 9 partners from 5 countries in Europe. On the left-hand side, you see the partners which are the so-called methodology partners, implementing research, while on the right-hand side you see the territorial partners, the Regional Association of Local Government of Western Macedonia, Sofia Development Agency, which is established by the Sofia municipality, the municipality of Thalwil itself, and a team from the municipality working on the project, and the Economic Development Agency of Sabadell City Council. Now, to set the scene, or to be on the same page, just a reminder which are the responsible research and innovation keys and which are the dimensions of RRI: public engagement, gender equality, open access, science education, and ethics form the responsible research and innovation keys, and the dimensions are anticipation, inclusiveness, reflexivity, and responsiveness. And you will probably see in the presentations these abbreviations a lot, so just as a reminder. Now about the challenges which we faced in the very beginning of the project. 4 territories from 4 European countries, different geographies and different contexts, different policy areas and different challenges in each territory, different levels of complexities of territorial governance. We have local, but we have regional level as well. We have the national level, for instance, in Greece and in Bulgaria as well. The regional level is not really a level where the policy can be implemented. It's more kind of a strategic level, but this is the municipal level where we have, budgets to implement different programs and actions. And also we have to keep in mind the EU level, because the project is also focused on attaining or supporting the attainment of the long-term 2050 EU policy objectives. So, the challenges at the level of the 4 territories, we selected a sectoral focus, a policy focus, at the very stage of designing the project and applying with the proposal. In the region of Western Macedonia in Greece, we have a focus on energy transition. We have similar focus in the municipality of Thalwil in Switzerland, again, but the perspectives are completely different. And as a teaser, you have to carefully listen to the presentations to find out. Sofia municipality, very ambitious, 4 policy areas: support for innovation, youth employment and entrepreneurship, sustainable urban development and digital skills, and the city of Sabadell in Spain, smart specialization and active aging. So you see, very diverse policy areas. The very fact that we had to work with so diverse policy areas within the framework of the project was a challenge in itself. So, what was the ambition that we set at the time of applying? The ambition was first to assess the relevance of responsible research and innovation to territorial governance, but also to facilitate the adoption of RRI within territorial governance. We also aimed at providing an evolutionary perspectives on the future of RRI in territorial policy and governance, and you will listen to this in the second presentation before going for coffee. This is the vision for responsible territorial policymaking. And finally, of course, to systematize this diverse experience and the findings of the involved territories so that they can act as demonstrators for the potential of RRI on subnational level, but at the same time systematizing this experience and findings is also kind of a message or a learning experience to other territories. So the final outcome for each territory, one of the final outcomes, is the development of a transformative outlook, which is a future-oriented policy action plan for the selected policy areas. Well, what was the response? How we approach this challenge of these diverse policy areas? We developed step by step a common methodological approach which was applied in all territories, in all policy areas. First of all, we focused on responsible research and innovation and anticipation, inclusiveness, reflexivity and responsiveness, because we worked in different policy areas, and anticipation, inclusiveness, reflexivity, responsiveness are much relevant, also to policy making and policy implementation in general terms. We also adopted an approach to engage not only researchers, businesses, but policymakers, civil societies, and I stress citizens, average citizens, people like us. And we all this we put into a multi-stage, multi-actor co-creation approach, which we believe you will have to judge, evaluate in the end of the conference, is anticipatory, inclusive, reflexive, and responsive. The stages of this multi-actor co-creation approach, we started with performing RRI audits of the 4 territories. And I relate now to the to the presentation, to the session, the second session from this morning. This will be presented by the colleagues from the region of Western Macedonia, the first presentation in the next session. We continued with the Delphi study. And the Delphi study, the purpose of it was to develop consensus-based policy proposals for the different policy areas in the focus of the 4 territories. The transformative outlooks, again, action plans with objectives and measures to be implemented, focused on integrating RRI in territorial policy making. And here I would like to stress the citizen review panels. This is a novel approach developed, conceptualized and developed within the RRI-LEADERS project with the support of the 5th methodology partner, the Danish Board of Technology. The citizen review panels. This approach, this presentation will be delivered in the first afternoon session after lunch. The citizen review panels, we have worked quite a lot with engagement of citizens in designing at the very start research policy agendas, but now here we engage citizens to review work already accomplished, to review objectives, to review suggested measures, policy objectives and policy measures, and to give their opinion. And based on this, we finalize the transformative outlooks in the 4 territories. So we, we raise up the level or the importance of involvement of citizens and their opinion. And you will hear many, many interesting results. Now, this is how the stages of the co-creation approach look like. In the RRI audits, we started with stakeholder mapping, with policy review and analysis, and territorial, to say, national, also EU level. And the outcome was to identify the relevance of RRI to the selected policy areas. In the next stage, the Delphi, it was an expert-based Delphi, 3 rounds, and the outcome was to reach consensus on the pathways to integrate RRI and AIR in the policies which have been selected by the policy, by the territorial partners. Of course, the Delphi built on the outcomes of the RRI audits. With the relevance of RRI to policy areas as an outcome and the consensus on pathways to integrate RRI in the territorial policy making, we started the work on developing the transformative outlooks. And when we delivered the first action plans, draft action plans, with measures to implement the intended transformations, we engaged the citizens. The citizens panels, they were tasked with evaluation and reformulation of these actions, and then based on their input, we had the transformative outlooks finalized. Again, the different stages of the process you will hear in the presentations in the next session. Although we followed the same methodology, we decided not to focus on following the whole process for each territory because there will be repetitions, but to zoom into each stage presenting the experience of one territory. About the achievements and impacts, we have the transformative outlooks I already mentioned. We are currently working on 3 scientific articles, one corresponding to each of the 3 major stages of the methodology, the new method for public engagement, the vision for responsible territorial policy making. You will listen to it in the next presentation. Policy recommendations to different levels of governance. You will listen to the policy recommendations in the very final session. So this is the teaser for you. We will deliver case narratives. They are close to finalization, which systematize and present the unique experience of each territory in the RRI-LEADERS journey. Application of the overall RRI-LEADERS methodology, it is about exploitation already, we are talking about here, to a new policy area. We have the new 10-year cultural strategy of Sofia developed using the methodology of RRI-LEADERS. And you will listen to this also in the session after this one. And of course, at today's conference, we share experience and we want to learn from each other. Now, what we are supposed to do? Share experience, not only the speakers, but also all of you who are present today here, deliberate, networking, an excellent opportunity. Use the coffee breaks, use the lunch break, use the networking cocktail tonight. And of course, enjoy that we are together and celebrate. We will have a concert at the end of the conference before we go to Son Hotel for the networking event. Okay, I stop here. If you have questions, please keep them, remember them for the coffee break. And now I invite my colleague Marko Hajdinjak from ARC Fund to present the vision.
Thank you. Good morning from me as well. I'm going to present the vision for responsible territorial policymaking. I admit this sounds quite ambitious, if not even arrogant, and being a moderately paranoid person that I am, I already feel the suspicious looks of policymakers in the room. Is this guy just about to call me irresponsible? God forbid. What I'm trying to do, what we'll try to present here, is just some, let's say, advice, suggestions, how to pay attention to some important aspects that usually end up at the bottom of your list of priorities, but which are, based on our experience, exceptionally important for the successful and responsible policymaking process. So as I already presented, our vision is based on the findings, on the results of 3 years of work in 4 very different European territories, each trying to integrate principles of responsible research and innovation into territorial policymaking in a very diverse policy areas. Based on our experience, so what are the principles, what are the main aspects of responsible territorial policymaking? We view responsible territorial policymaking as something, as a process which considers all relevant scientific, technological, innovative, economic, and environmental aspects of territorial development. Furthermore, responsible territorial policymaking, in our view, should address the needs and expectations of the society and citizens. It should correspond with societal values and build upon the combined knowledge, combined wisdom of all territorial stakeholders. Finally, responsible territorial policymaking should integrate the main principles of RRI approach into the policymaking process, thus making it anticipatory, inclusive, reflexive, and responsive. This would make it also well suited to administer a sustainable and resilient territorial policy development. Some of the key messages which emerged out of our 3-year-long journey. Responsible and sustainable territorial policymaking means, above all, co-creation, co-implementation, and joint responsibility of all stakeholders from quadruple helix: policymakers, academia and researchers, business and industry, and civil society and citizens. Territorial authorities, of course, are the ones who are best placed to lead this process of cooperation. They should create synergies between all stakeholder groups, because participatory and deliberative practices, really based on our experience, enhance the knowledge-based democratic governance. Territorial authorities also need to promote the culture of public engagement in the policymaking process. Should this culture be underdeveloped or lack, the territorial authorities are again the ones who should build and create such culture. And in this process, particular attention should also be given to the younger generation, who are not only voters of tomorrow, but also future decision makers. Next of our messages is that territorial policies seem to be most effective if they are based on in-depth studies of the needs of the local economy and the local community, so evidence-based approach. To this end, what is really crucial is to enhance collaboration between the public bodies and the research and innovation actors, and therefore fully utilize the potential contribution of science and innovation, which, again, as our experience showed, is often not sufficiently used resource and potential of our territories. And finally, we see the responsible policy making as a mixture of boldness and humbleness. That is the confidence really to plan and implement the transformation in the territories, and at the same time being ready to rethink and change the course of the action should the new circumstances emerge. We also identified 4 main principles of what makes territorial policymaking really a responsible one. The first one is the following. Responsible territorial policymaking supports the attainment of long-term EU policies and contributes to the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. This covers areas such as climate neutrality, biodiversity protection, gender equality, creation of quality jobs, especially for the young people, prevention or reduction of poverty and social exclusion, etc. Responsible territorial policymaking is also future-oriented. What this means can be summed up with expression anticipatory policymaking. This is really essential to establish the long-term priorities and to develop strategic goals. And it's also something which involves systematic thinking about all known, possible, plausible, likely implications of the policies and actions which are being undertaken. Next principle, responsible territorial policymaking is responsive, reflexive, and adaptable. And here by responsiveness, we mean the capacity to change the course or shape of the action in order to meet new needs and the new emerging challenges, and also to meet the expectations of stakeholders, including ordinary citizens. Reflexivity. This is the ability to critically scrutinize one's own action, activities, commitments, and assumptions, and to be aware of the limits of one's own knowledge. And the final principle, as already mentioned, responsible territorial policymaking is all about co-creation, co-implementation, and joint responsibility of all stakeholders. The results of RRI-LEADERS projects show that co-creation process is an exceptionally important thing. It's something which defines responsible territorial policy making, as it guarantees that all the policies developed and implemented really reflect the characteristics of a given territory and take into account all the needs, values, and expectations of the society. So, thank you very much.
Do we have any questions for clarifications or comments on either the vision or Zoya's presentation of the RRI?
Yeah, thanks. I'm Wolfgang Heider. I also coordinate the SWAS 14 project. So thank you for this insights into what you have been doing. A lot of it relates to what we've been doing in the RIPEET project. Yeah, maybe a comment, observation, and also wanted to hear your thoughts on it, because you have developed now this framework for responsible territorial policymaking, which I find really well grounded in the principles also of RRI. One issue that we encountered also in RIPEET is sometimes the tension between a transformative, the need for a transformative outcome of our policies in order to reach, for example, the SDGs, and some barriers or vested interest in the needs of society or stakeholders or so. So we want to have, we want to achieve transformative outcomes with our policies, but we also want to be needs-based. And sometimes these needs of the society or the region are maybe not so transformative. And that is, for me, a crucial tension that we are facing. And I just wanted to know if you have any observations how you took this tension up in this vision for territorial policymaking.
A really interesting point, and I would like to kind of link that to Marco. You talked about one of the principles was being future-oriented, and anyone who works with public engagement knows it's much easier to talk about the bus lines or the transportation, the cars and the roads we have today with citizens than to talk about the future and how it might change. It's a much more difficult conversation to have. So I think that tension is very important. I don't know, Zoya or Marco, do you have any thoughts on this? The potential tension between...
Yeah, thank you for the question. Well, this is outside the scope of the project RRI-LEADERS, but we have in other projects engaged, tried to bridge these two aspects by involving citizens in creation of scenarios and visions for the future. So it's not totally towards two different worlds. Citizens and the public can also, if properly engaged and tasked and guided, they can provide very good ideas and pathways for the development, which can be more transformative and long-term. And again, if we find a common ground between the policymakers and the society, apart from solving the bus lines, we can also find very good solutions for medium and long-term policy making ideas and solutions. Going back to what we have done in our projects in RRI-LEADERS, we had a lot of different events and opportunities to actually bring together not just citizens and policymakers, but also researchers and businesses. And my colleagues in the next session will talk in much more detail about this, so some of your questions will be answered there. It takes effort, but it's doable and it's exceptionally rewarding, I would say.
And one final comment from me as well about this tension that we want to be transformative, but probably the citizens don't really appreciate this because they have to change routines, etc., etc. I would like to stress here, and it's also an outcome from the RRI-LEADERS project and other projects in which we have been involved, the role of informal science education. When we speak about science education in RRI, we mean STEM or STEM plus all other disciplines, but the role of informal science education, starting from the young kids, etc., is really very important, and Lars wants to comment as well.
Lars Kluwer from the Danish Board of Technology. I just want to warn against the assumption that citizens are kind of, if you say, hanging the brake with regards to transformation. I don't think that's the experience we have from citizen engagement. Many places around the world and in Europe, at the time there made citizen assemblies on climate change. And what we learned from them is that citizens want to move much faster than their politicians. And what we also learned from all citizen engagement, I would say, is that citizens do think of their own life, but they also think about their grandchildren's life. And that makes them responsible with regards to developments into the future. So I think we should take care of having too many assumptions about kind of reactive approach among the citizens.
Thank you very much for the presentations. I just have one question. You mentioned territorial authorities should lead. Territorial authorities should take these responsibilities. Do the territorial authorities have the capacity to do it? And who should be doing it at territorial authority level? Because it's a very broad think territorial should do it, but who does it?
Well, in a way, I would say for territorial authorities, it's much easier to do that than compared to the national authorities, because territorial authorities, again, this depends on the size of the territory. One thing is the, let's say, municipality of Thalwil, which has, I think, 12,000 population, and so they basically know everybody who could or should be involved in these processes, compared to, I don't know, large city like Sofia or the region of Western Macedonia. However, in the territorial, let's say, level, the authorities pretty much can identify the relevant institutions and representatives of these institutions who should be involved in such a dialogue. Again, depends on the structure of the territorial authorities, but it's quite likely that they have the body that can provide such coordination and take over.
Okay, so I think, Georgios, you wanted to say something, and then we have one last question, then I'm going to break for coffee.
Yeah, no, very fast. I mean, I was following a bit the exchanges on the kind of clash between citizens' needs or whatever with the visions forward, and I was just thinking that actually, I mean, if citizens could be not acting, but I mean, upon occasion that they are not like moving as fast as in terms of transformation, or at least is perceived as such. To the extent that this arises. I mean, actually, the point is to see why, right? And I think that is the one to understand why that would be, and the reasons, and to discuss and whatever. Because I mean, why would that be? And maybe there are valid reasons. And I think that is one element of RRI that is there already. That could be, it's an advantage, this kind of dialogues, to see if there's a disparity between the speed of transformation or total disparity and clash in terms of goals. I mean, we need to understand why. And maybe there are, as I said, good reasons for it. I don't know. Maybe not.
I see there are more questions. Unfortunately, we'll have to break for coffee, but there will be more opportunities to ask questions. But we had one.
Thank you very much. I am Ricardo García Mira, still the coordinator of the Entrances project on social aspects of the energy transition. Well, it's very useful to participate in this final policy conference, because I can see that we find the same gaps in many of the explorations that we make in the territories. After exploring 13 case studies in our project, we found similar conclusions, and specifically because when we touch the need to change, to introduce changes in the governance systems, to give participation to the territories or to give participation to the citizens, we find always a lot of resistances from the policy making side. So these resistance have to be addressed in terms of introducing a real change in the regulatory systems for giving support to the territories. Territories are useful, and even when Mr. Timmermans some weeks ago said about the need to change, the need to copy with the climate change, including everyone. Well, in this everyone, the territories have to be included, but have to be included with the regulatory systems supporting the governance challenges that we have to address, and fight against all the resistance that the politicians used to put in front. And this resistance includes sometimes don't attend to the meetings and don't participate actively to the meetings and sending people of low profile. So a lot of different ways of expressing their low interest in participating or in changing the state of the things.
So I think I don't know about you, but after all this information and these discussions, I feel like a coffee. And we have some interesting conversation starters here. This point about how do we enable, how can we use public engagement to enable a more future-focused conversation, and also the capabilities of territorial government and the resistance. How do we overcome those? And if you haven't had a chance to ask your question, make a note of it. After the break, we will really get into the nitty-gritty, the practice of applying these principles at the regional and local level. Thank you. And we come back at 11.
Okay, this is mine.
So, everyone, can you hear me okay? Okay, there's been a comment. Some people said it was hard to hear people, so I'm going to suggest that everyone leans into the microphones as much as possible. We're going to go into the next first panel, which is very much focused on the practice. Does this... Hello? Okay, I'll try this one. Okay, everyone. So we're going to start talking about the practice of RRI as applied to the local and regional level. We've got the four regions or the local authorities that Zoya mentioned. And I think we have a real diversity here in terms of having quite small cities, capital cities, regions. We have people here from arm's length development agencies, from municipalities directly. And despite using the same methodology, they've chosen very different themes. And I think that's exactly why one of the strengths of local and regional government is to be able to apply this to the local conditions. And as Zoya said, we've asked them to focus on one area of this methodology each, so you don't hear exactly the same thing 4 times. Now, this isn't the most participative room. Of course, we're seated in our seats, but we'll try and you can ask questions in the room, but we'll also make it possible to ask questions and say comments using Mentimeter, which you have in front of you. So you use your QR code, you can read the QR code, or you can go to menti.com and enter the code 38581427. And we'll be using this throughout to gather questions and comments. If you don't understand a word that's used, you'd like some clarification, you have a comment or questions for the panel, ask it there, and I'll pick up some of those as we go through. So I think without further ado, first up is Dr. Pavlos Klinintsis from the Local Government Association in the region of Western Macedonia. Please.
So, hello all. I'm Pavlos Klinintsis. The title of my presentation today is Challenges in the Implementation of the RRI Framework in Energy Transition. I'm going to specifically talk to you about the results in Western Macedonia. So, before I get into details, let me first say a few words about our region. So it's this red area you see in the map there, neighboring with Albania and North Macedonia, the country at the north. It's a relatively medium-sized region with about 250,000 inhabitants. One of the very specific characteristics of the region is that it used to be the main energy provider of Greece. In the old days, it used to produce more than 70% of the total energy supply. Nowadays, this percentage has dropped to about 30%, but it's still considered quite significant. Another major characteristic of the region is that the public power corporation is mainly based in the region with 3 lignite power plants. One of them is brand new actually, 1 hydroelectric power plant and about 13 gigawatts of renewable energy sources facilities in the region. The major development in Western Macedonia right now is that the Just Transition Development Program for totally abandoning lignite is taking place, costing about 1.63 billion euros, which is quite a significant amount for such a small region. So let me now get into the details and the findings and the experiences we had from the project. RRI-LEADERS project was an RRI-focused project that each specific region participating in the project has its own policy foci or one policy focus. Our own in Western Macedonia is the one you see there. It's about clean energy transition strategy based on stakeholder engagement, efficient territorial governance, and development of a methodology aiming to a smooth and innovative transition towards an alternative development paradigm. Many things together in that concept. In simple words, what I would say is that our main policy focus is energy transition. Okay. The first major part of the whole project is the RRI audits of the whole corporate creation process. This process was equally implemented by the 4 participating regions in the project, us, the region of Sabadell, municipality of Sabadell, the region of Sofia, and also us. Okay. This RRI audit step was further consisting of 3 separate steps, further 3 subsections, I would say. The first one is the mapping of the stakeholder profiles. The second one was a documentary analysis of the national strategic documents, followed by a participatory workshop, which we did along with the stakeholders in order to discuss the findings from those strategic documents. And then the final step was the RRI audit reports, which was consisting of surveys and focus group discussions with the stakeholders and experts in order to shape policies from all those findings. Okay, about the first step, about the mapping of the stakeholder profiles, we actually mapped 15 stakeholders in total. 4 of them were accruing from the research and academia sector. We also mapped 5 policymakers and 6 representatives of the business sector. About our initial findings in this first initial stage of the project, the stakeholders pointed out these 5 bullets you see there. So, for example, the first one was that a large part of entrepreneurship based on the lignite industry is still a reality in the region. That means limited innovation from the regions that actually are operating in Western Macedonia. Also, they pointed out that there is no synergic culture between the businesses, but also between the businesses and the public and private entities in the region. The design of responsible innovation policies should be around the needs of the local community. This is one major thing that they will keep telling in the other stages of the project as well. And also education should be refocused on innovation and entrepreneurship. The final finding was that research results should be focused on specific business needs. The general conclusion of those 5 bullets, what I would say is that responsibility in the regional innovation strategy should be implemented in terms of participation of all societal segments, collectiveness, and focus on the real societal needs. What the stakeholders actually say here is 2 things. The one thing is that innovation strategy should be more participative, and it should be more inclusive as well, especially in terms of the engagement of the citizens and the businesses in the whole decision-making mechanism. The second part of this whole creation process was the documentary analysis. We investigated 7 documents in total, 3 national and 4 regional ones, and then we implemented a participatory workshop which us, together with the stakeholders, actually discussed the findings of all those documents. One major finding was that public engagement is critical in shaping policies related to energy transition, and it should be implemented more effectively. Again, the stakeholders here at this point state that public engagement is not implemented at a sufficient way. Then we have the role of local actors in the just transition governance that is mainly suggestive and less decisive. Local actors have no ownership of the transition plan. This is a phrase that a stakeholder actually referred, and I copy-pasted from the deliverable report in order to show you how they put it. They say that citizens and businesses have no ownership of what is being decided for them. This is what they say, according to the whole energy transition process taking place in Western Macedonia. Also, science education is the appropriate RRI key to deal with unemployment in the region, which is also not sufficiently implemented nowadays. I remind you that this was the first part of the project. That was about 2.5 years ago. So they stated that at that stage, they thought that science education is not implemented at a sufficient way. The critical keys and dimensions regarding this are theoretically foreseen in the strategic policies, but they are not practically implemented. According to the research they did in the strategic documents, they said that, okay, these are included theoretically, but they are not practiced, they are not actually implemented in practice. And the third major stage of this RRI audit was the RRI audit reports. All 4 territories had to include all these findings together in a major report. This was further consisting of 3 sub-steps. One was a survey based on the mapping of the documentary analysis. Then we had to implement a SWOT analysis in order to identify and uncover some specific strategic policy priorities. And then we had to implement 4 focus groups for the final policy recommendations. In total, the strategic policy priorities we as a region of Western Macedonia stated was 11. 5 of them were focused on entrepreneurship support and unemployment, 3 of them on improving decision-making mechanisms, 2 of them on environmental protection, and just 1 of them on improving or building infrastructures. We again see in that slide that the stakeholders are mostly focused on making the whole just transition tool more inclusive and making the whole decision-making mechanism more democratic in terms of participation, specifically for the citizens and the business sectors. The main outcomes regarding our strategic policy priorities were that entrepreneurship support and dealing with unemployment should be considered the top expression of responsibility in policy making. As you saw from Zoya, RRI is quite a complicated framework consisting of 9 keys and dimensions in total. For them, it was difficult to understand how all these 9 things together can be articulated into one specific policy, but according to their own perception, responsibility, the biggest expression of responsibility is about battling unemployment, battling investment, and so on. Secondly, they keep referring to democratization of decision-making in terms of inclusiveness of societal segments and anticipation related to probable negative effects, which according to their perception is critical. They again state that they feel neglected from the whole decision-making process, specifically the citizens' parts. Probably Maya later on describing the citizen review panel will tell you about the citizen perception in how this whole decision-making mechanism is actually operating. And then indirect green policy should be implemented as well, and direct support of the entrepreneurial climate through the initiation of digital and transport infrastructures should be applied in the region as well. Of course, this is secondary according to the first ones. Okay, the outcomes regarding this third part of the RRI audits is that science, education, and reflexive governance are not applied sufficiently. They should be incorporated in energy transition implementation measures more distinctively. Also, they pointed out that there is a big gap concerning a smooth link between academia, business, and administration, actually between the 4 helices of the quadruple helix. Then, active public consultation could operate as an important tool for responsible transition policies, and mechanisms promoting competitiveness, innovation, and business activation are already there. They have been established already. Okay, and this is my final slide now regarding the main challenges we found out along with our stakeholders and the solutions they proposed. The first challenge, according to us and to them as well, is that RRI highly promotes responsibility in advanced policies such as energy transition in practice. What they say here is that the RRI framework is quite general. It should be more specific. The solution for that is that RRI framework should be transferred to a development-oriented policy framework rather than a science framework. This is something they pointed out as well. They don't think that it so much fits on improving policies. They think that it's quite theoretical, it's quite scientific, I would say. The second thing, specifically regarding our own region, is that energy transition in Western Macedonia lacks inclusiveness in terms of citizen engagement in the decision-making. I told you a lot of times about that. By implementing the projects, stakeholders will keep saying that to us. And a solution for that would be that tools that RRI framework is actually offering, like public consultation platforms, open access data portals, and so on, should be actually implemented in terms of, for example, when we're actually trying to introduce some implementation measures of the Just Transition Development Program, to use these public platforms in order to allow the citizens to rate them and have a saying about them. And the final thing I want to say is that both the stakeholders and the citizens repeatedly stated that the green side of responsibility is not accepted when it harms the economy. Specifically in the later stages of the project, we had some policies to initiate actually, and the stakeholders actually proposed a policy to initiate and an environmental tariff for the businesses that are polluting in Western Macedonia. So specifically when the citizens heard about that, they say this is totally unacceptable. We shouldn't bargain the businesses with more either green or non-green taxes or financial bargains. We should give them more money in order to become more greener, I would say. So RRI-based, the solution for that is that RRI-based green measures that harm the economy should be excluded, at least for our own case, from the energy transition plan taking place in Western Macedonia. That's all from me. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much. There's a few questions coming, but we'll deal with them, I think, at the end of the panel. So keep sending them in via Menti. That's really helpful. Thank you, Pavlos, for taking us on that journey. And now we'll move to Switzerland. And we have with us Dr. Gabriel Happle and also Dr. Martin Schmidt, who will be here to answer questions later. And you're going to talk a bit about the experience of using the Delphi survey.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Good morning from my side. My name is Gabriel. I'm from the municipality of Thalwil, and I'm here representing the municipality of Thalwil and the colleagues from the Zurich University of Applied Sciences. This presentation is about the first or initial step of the policy co-creation that each territory went through. If you remember the slide that Sofia showed before, we started with a Delphi expert survey and World Café to develop consensus-based idea of what the policy actions could look like in each territory. And these ideas then later went into the citizen review panel and another workshop, which will be presented in the next presentation. So now we now I'm going to talk about the practical implementation and the challenges and learnings we faced in this Delphi survey step. But let me start by introducing Thalwil. Thalwil is a municipality in the German-speaking part of Switzerland. It is approximately 10 to 15 minutes south of Zurich, at the Lake of Zurich. It has roughly 18,000 inhabitants, and the local businesses are typically small or medium enterprises and active in the service sector. The policy focus in this project that Thalwil chose is also the energy transition, but compared to Western Macedonia, energy transition in the Swiss context means something different. When we talk about energy transition, we mostly talk about reducing the consumption of fossil energy sources. These in Switzerland are mainly used for heating buildings in winter and for mobility. And of course, we also want to increase the local renewable energy generation. So in this picture on the slide, you see the kind of changes the municipality wants to promote. This is our, let's say, headquarters, like the main municipal building. And the construction site in front is actually the district heating network that is now feeding this building with water, with heat that is extracted from the lake that you see in the background. So in the next slide, I'm going to show you how we implemented this Delphi survey and World Café. And then later, I will show on some examples how the results of these steps then informed the next steps in the project. So the objective of the Delphi study was to generate ideas based on consensus. For this, expert participants individually rated short statements on solutions, barriers, and ways to integrate RRI Air into the local energy transition policy. The Delphi study was implemented as an online service. It was 3 rounds of online questionnaires. And in the second and third round, the participants received statistical feedback on what the other participants rated those solutions. So on the right side, you can see an example of such a statement in the questionnaire. So there was a short statement, and then a scale of 1 to 7, where participants can say this is really important. And if 75% of the respondents voted this statement to be very important, which means 6 or 7 on this scale, then this statement reached consensus and was moved forward. In terms of participation, we managed to get representation from all the 4 stakeholder groups according to the quadruple helix that is used in the project. However, the gender balance was an issue. We only had around 20% of the participants that were women. We also noticed that it was quite it required effort to maintain a high participation during the 3 rounds. So across the 3 rounds, the number of participants dropped from initially 37 to 25. After the Delphi study, we held a World Café workshop. This workshop had 2 objectives. Firstly, it served to select and prioritize the statements of consensus from the Delphi, because there were a lot of statements that reached consensus. And secondly, it was a first step to gather ideas, brainstorm about how then to implement policy actions that take into account these statements of consensus. This workshop was an in-person meeting at the premises of the municipality, and after voting on priorities, the stakeholders formed group and they rotated between tables, organizing different topics, like this is typical for the World Cafe format. At the World Cafe, we also managed to ensure participation of all the stakeholder groups. Participants were partly the respondents from the Delphi study, but they were also partly new stakeholders and experts. And again, here it was challenging to get women participation. And in general, the participation was a bit lower than we hoped. So on that day, only 15 participants showed up, even though 20 registered to come. So this brings us to some of the challenges and learnings that we encountered in following this process in Thalwil. So the first challenge was this dropout during the Delphi study. This is a well-known phenomenon, and according to my colleagues from research, it's actually not as high as they initially feared. And the highest dropout that we noticed was among the demographics of the relatively younger policymakers. A second challenge was women underrepresentation. So the average Delphi participants were men with a university degree, but we have to say this is also kind of expected if we consider like who is normally the expert population, or what does the demographics of the expert population look like. And a third challenge is more practical, and this is, we noticed quite a difference between online and in-person participation. So it's a very different thing to fill out a form online within a 2 weeks time span than to make time on the weekday evening, on a summer day, and to come to the municipality and discuss about these kind of topics. So the idea was to gather the same people who answered the questions in the Delphi survey to come in person and to discuss about why they answered this question in this way, why they think this is not important. But we have to conclude that this, in Thalwil context at least, this was probably unrealistic. So now I'm going to show how some of those initial ideas, results like consensus-based statements, then later informed the final policy proposals that we are proposing to the municipality. Please remember that after this step, there was a citizen review panel and another workshop which transformed those ideas. So the first example is about a statement of consensus that was directly translated into a final policy proposal. Statements like this, here this was a statement, like more communication in the field of energy and climate, they reached 84% of agreement. This means 84% of the respondents said this is very important, which means it was consensus. That's why there is a thumbs up. So then in the World Cafe, stakeholders discussed, like, how can we do this? What does it mean, more communication? And they came up with this idea to establish a collaboration between the local schools and the experts that work in the municipality on these topics, and to kind of, via the schools, disseminate knowledge on energy and sustainability to the wider community. So this increased collaboration between schools and municipal administration, and later on in the citizen review panel was confirmed, and it had a very, very high, caused very high engagement level of the citizens, and it had a very high rating in the final vote, and this is now part of the policy suggestions. The next example is a statement of consensus that was not turned into a policy proposal. So in general, it's very hard to get consensus on topics related to mobility. Think about the cars, like reducing number of parking lots or introducing speed limits. So, but one of the statements that actually reached consensus was that the municipal administration should become a role model in this field. This could mean that they change their vehicle fleet to electric vehicles, but also that they maybe incentivize sustainable business travel or commuting for employees with maybe vouchers for public transport or something. So we propose such a policy going into the citizen review panel, and the citizens didn't really, they did not reject this, but they said this is very low priority for us, and then they clarified that they expect this role model behavior in different sectors. So they want sustainable construction and sustainable buildings that use less energy. And they also said, actually, we want bicycle lanes for our own. We want to be sustainable ourselves, so please provide us more infrastructure. We don't care we don't care so much how you move around, but we want to move around sustainable. So this was not in the final policy proposal, even though it's reached consensus. And then the next example is about how the different statements that reached consensus, but that also were disagreed upon, shaped the details of the policies that we propose. So here you see two examples that about communication again that reach very high consensus. So stakeholders and experts, they want more communication, and they also want to see when there is progress made. So there are two statements that reach consensus, like visualize progress. But at the same time, they didn't think that there should be more information on energy on the municipal website. And actually, the suggestion to create a community mobile application to communicate with the citizen scored one of the lowest importance in the whole Delphi survey among more than 100 statements. So they don't want to communicate with the digital means. So for us, this was a bit confusing because it seems contradictory. But then in the next steps, the citizen review panel and the stakeholder workshop, it was confirmed also by the citizens that they would like to be informed with traditional media like posters in the road or market stalls. So then this turned into a policy action that we proposed to the municipality, which is to develop a communication strategy that has a significant share of traditional media. So this brings me to the conclusion. The Delphi study in Thalwil, it provided the basis for the final policy proposals in the project. And we learned that not only the statements of consensus are important results, but also the statements with high disagreement can guide us into the direction of policy we're proposing. The World Café served as an important intermediate step in the co-creation process because it was the first time we started to talk about what are we actually doing. In terms of results, the ideas of the municipality were actually largely confirmed. So there were not many policymakers that were surprised by some findings, but the Delphi study and the World Café helped in setting the priorities, and we think this is also some of the takeaway or learning that could be interesting for other territories. And as a last point for discussion or as an open question is this, we noticed this motivation for the stakeholders or experts participation is an issue. So we ask a lot from them, like fill out this survey. For some of them it took 4 hours, they reported, and then 3 times, and then come to the municipal office to discuss on the nicest day of the summer in the evening when you can go for a swim in the lake. So it's not really clear like what is the benefit for them if they provide the input. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. And keep the questions coming in through the Menti. I mean, this is really interesting, and I really like the fact you showed that these tools strengthen and complement each other. And also great to see that you found out you didn't have to spend money on the app. It's a good example of how, I know a lot of local authorities who would have liked to have had that information before they spent money on it. We're going to take questions for... Okay.
It doesn't work properly on the web. It doesn't... I'm trying to submit questions and you can't do it. Okay. So other than that, it's great.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Ana Puiggró-Xirinacs, and together with my colleagues, Yolanda Repullo and Monica Molina, we have been working in the RRI-LEADERS project from the city of Sabadell. But today I would like to present the experience of Sabadell with the Citizen Review Panel on active aging, which belongs to the reviewing stage of the co-creation process. But let me first introduce you a little bit the city of Sabadell. Sabadell is a former industrial city 20 kilometers due north from Barcelona in the region of Catalonia. It has a population of more than 200,000 inhabitants and is the 5th most populated city in Catalonia and one of the most populated cities in Spain. And with an important number of population over 65 years old, which in line with other European regions, it represents around 20% of the population. But Sabadell has also deployed a smart specialization strategy in active aging, since the silver economy is a growing sector and it counts with a large number of businesses and professionals. And in this regard, population aging is one of the greatest challenges of contemporary societies, and maintaining population healthy and active appears as a clear necessity in all the countries in order to be able to afford their social and economic demands. And that's why policies aimed at active aging could create opportunities for technological design, innovation, and experimentation. And actually, the integration of civil society and what's more, the final user to the territorial innovation ecosystem appears as crucial. And therefore, guaranteeing the participation of all the society emerges as a clear necessity to have a positive impact in the territory. And that's why the city of Sabadell, through its Economic Development Agency, decided to participate in the RRI-LEADERS project to strengthen the involvement of the quadruple leagues in the territorial innovation ecosystem and to accentuate the cross-stakeholder collaborations as a strategic pathway to territorial innovation development. During the project, one of the most interesting exercises we went through was the stakeholder mapping, which allowed us to have a clear picture of the active aging ecosystem in the city. And as you can see, this is our quadruple leagues innovation ecosystem in active aging, but also to understand how innovation has been developed in our territory. And what we saw is that innovation inception was mainly done by academia and research centers. Later, businesses and industries took part in the process. And in the last decades, local and regional governments have actively promoted it. And it is the case of the Economic Development Agency of Sabadell by deploying different programs and actions. But the voice of civil society is still missing in this process. As you can see, during the co-creation process, the engagement of the quadruple leagues was really necessary. And although we have to say that it was quite difficult to engage the stakeholders in the project, we finally counted with 100 territorial stakeholders with a balanced representation of the quadruple leagues. And civil society was very relevant in the reviewing stage, especially in the Citizen Review Panel. So let's move to the Citizen Review Panel. The Citizen Review Panel was a process, was a really long journey, and it took like 4 months and a half, more or less. We start preparing the recruitment plan, later on the information material with an important communication and dissemination campaign, and then the recruitment of the citizens. As you can see here, it was split in 2 rounds, but unfortunately, we didn't have the opportunity to select so many citizens, since we only had 15 people registered for this event. So I will show you later how many participants we had. So that was not an option to select the citizens. Then we sent out information to the selected citizens, and it was about practical information of the event, but also about the policy objectives, like active aging in this case. And then the 9th of May, we held the citizen review panel. And finally, we took a couple of weeks to analyze the results. As I said before, we had an important dissemination and communication campaign. It was based with the distribution of 1,000 leaflets in the Silver Economy Fair celebrated in March in Sabadell. We also emailed directly to more than 40 associations and citizen councils of the city. We also went through media dissemination using some platforms like LinkedIn, Twitter, and from our webpage. And also we delivered posters in 22 public buildings. At the end, we had 12 participants, and we had 3 tables, 3 moderators, and an 8-hour event. We have to say that people were really, really happy to participate here in this event. We had a really dynamic methodology, and at the end of the event, all of them received a participation certificate. So we have to say our experience in the citizen review panel. First of all, we have to say that it was an incredible learning experience where participants expressed their interest in participate again in similar experiences. But at the same time, we encountered several difficulties. The first one, it was to engage stakeholders in the process, probably because of the lack of a participative culture in the territory that had an important weight in the participants' recruitment. So that means that probably we need new engagement strategies. But also participants like to have their say, but at the same time, they were really confused about the different participative spaces of the city. And some of them ask, oh, okay, but do they have the same purpose that that table or that council or that participation? Well, they were quite confused in that sense. Also, we have to say that face-to-face events were really, really valuable. However, not all the society was represented, since the events were too long from our perspective. And if you have a look on the participation, we will find that only 3 people were under 50 years old, which means that active aging policies do not interest to all the population yet. And that's another thing to think about. So our project conclusions would be that the RRI-LEADERS co-creation process has showed how public engagement is the cornerstone of every societal challenge. At the same time, as I said before, the role of the citizens needs to be reinforced and promoted, but new ways of public engagement need to be explored, since those proposed in the project really don't fit in our local context. Anticipation becomes crucial to create proactive strategies rather than reactive strategies, and that was really appreciated because we think that it allows the territory and its innovative ecosystem being much more resilient and prepared to global changes. Open access and science education, they appear as 2 very challenging keys. Citizens need to be informed in order to better express their opinion, and we saw that in the citizen review panel. So transparent democracy can only be achieved through an equal access to information and understanding. Information is key. And inclusion of citizens' opinions, and the quadruple helix ones in the city matters is without a doubt an important subject to look at in all territories, since it's one of the pillars for the responsible governments. And let me finish saying that the resilience of the territory can be measured through its capacity to overcome societal challenges, and what's more, through its social implication. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Really useful to hear your experiences of that, especially having heard the experiences of the previous steps from the other territories. So now we move on. We've talked about the audit, the Delphi survey, and now the citizen review panel. And now we're going to hear from Dr. Snežina Gabova from Sofia Development Association about the kind of transformative outlook. In effect, taking all that came out of this and turning it into something actionable. You need to press the red button.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. It's really my pleasure to be here today and to present Sofia's journey in the RRI-LEADERS project. I represent Sofia Development Association. We're a municipal foundation established by Sofia Municipal Council. There are three aspects of this journey of our city that stand out in the project. And the first one sums up the experience and the lessons learned from the co-creation process. The second one focuses on the challenges and the policy responses to those challenges in the process. And the third one relates actually to an achievement inspired by the process, and that is the new culture strategy of Sofia. But let me begin, like I know everyone has done, with a few words about the city. It is the capital of Bulgaria. It is actually the third oldest in Europe, established around the 7th century BC. And today it is the 14th largest city in the European Union, with a population of about 1.3 million, according to the last census of 2021. And the city is home to nearly half of the 52 universities that are located in the country. And it also has over 63 research and IT centers. It has a vibrant startup and entrepreneurship system and a highly educated generation of young people. Unlike the other partners, Sofia was indeed very ambitious, and instead of one, we had 4 policies to work on in the RRI-LEADERS project. These include support for innovation, digital transition and new skills, youth employment and entrepreneurship, and sustainable urban development. Now, several objectives guided us in making this choice. The first one was that these policy areas represent key areas of urban development and investment, and they're especially valuable and important in the face of the multiple societal transformations that we're seeing today. Secondly, we also aimed to explore the potential of RRI Air to influence consensus building and the effectiveness of policymaking at system level. And thirdly, we also wanted to identify ways to embed RRI Air in territorial governance practices and structures. So what we have learned. You've already heard about the structure of the co-creation process. This was a very long and very, very comprehensive and very intensive process. And it was a continued process of knowledge generation, knowledge reevaluation, and reflection. So for us, what was important is that, moving through the different co-creation formats, starting with mapping the stakeholders' comprehension of RRI Air, we moved on to problem framing, which is part of the policy agenda setting, and aligning the policy objectives to the local needs, and eventually bringing in the citizens to formulate new actions to reevaluate what has been already proposed to them, keeping in mind and being guided by the idea of impact, the impact of those policy proposals and policy actions on the citizens and the city itself. All of this is summed up in our transformative outlook. It's a long document, close to 60 pages. And it has all of the policy objectives, 4 policy areas, 18 objectives, and 54 actions. And we're going to present this document in November to our new municipal council, hoping for endorsement. We'll see how that goes, and we'll inform you as soon as possible. Now, The lessons learned. First of all, we managed to engage 63 quadruple helix stakeholder organizations in the process and over 220 individual participants. In terms of outcomes that could influence and could be valuable for the policymaking process at system level, we understood time and again that societal alignment is really critical for societal transformations, and that means understanding better what citizens care about, not just what they know about, but what they care about. Secondly, innovation for social impact takes time, money, and effort, and this is needed to change institutional routines, but also to change people's mindsets. Thirdly, citizens and stakeholders play a key role in making the co-creation process, the incubation and acceleration of viable policy solutions successful. Without them, everything is just empty talk. Fourthly, we also understood that, and this is a key takeaway, that instead of trying to enforce the formal integration of RRI-AR principles, it's more important to enhance existing institutional routines with the lessons that we have obtained. And this is just a graphical representation of some of the challenges that we met in the process and some of our responses. Just want to point out to three of them. As I said, our idea was to try and influence policymaking at system level because there's still predominant top-down institutional routines for decision-making, which ties into the question of the legitimacy of policy solutions. And here is a strategic layer of citizen participation. This is why we need them. In this process, there were two other main outcomes that are worth mentioning. First of all, new collaborative spaces, the way we bring in citizens and stakeholders together and the policymakers to cooperate, deliberate, and make decisions, and new roles for city governments. Because the citizens become more as producers rather than simply end users of policies, city governments also have to be more enabling, to learn to facilitate better, to be proactive, to be early adopters, and to support innovation. And I move on to the third point of my presentation today, taking the next step. So essentially what happened in Sofia is that the experience from the co-creation and these almost 3 years of work within the RRI-LEADERS project, we understood, Sofia Development Association as a territorial partner, but also Sofia Municipality, because we work with and for the municipality, that we can use this knowledge to create something new. And it so happened that Sofia's first culture strategy, which was produced in 2013, was up for revision. So we received a mandate from the mayor, so starting top down, to develop a new strategy, new culture strategy. Culture, as you already know, was not one of our policies in the project, but working concurrently, with RRI and working on the strategy definition, strategy development, was actually a very, very good opportunity. So this was a year-long process, implemented bottom-up and coordinated by SDA. The main priorities of the strategy are aligned fully with the priorities of the newest European Innovation and Technology Institute, the EITs, which is Culture and Creativity, that I think was established last year. The principles of developing the culture strategy, they are aligned with the RRI-AR principles, even though, here and there, we did not use the very same terminology. But just to mention a few: co-creation, expert input, citizen participation, equality and balance of interests, and transparency. Full alignment, and I think this was something that we feel proud of. With the AR dimensions, they were entirely implemented and used in the process. The strategy is anticipatory because we had forward-looking design seminars. It's inclusive. We've managed to reach almost 1,200 participants, individual participants. These are people from the cultural and creative sector. It is reflexive. Throughout all of these events and interviews and surveys, etc., there was policy implementation analysis, so looking backwards at the results, and data collection, and then looking forward into how we bring in the lessons learned to the future strategy. 8 discussions held again with representatives of cultural and creative industries. Responsive, 14 discussions with people from the cultural and creative sector. So this was quite intense, and the outcome was worth it. I mean, the process was worth it, and the work was worth it. The new culture, the new strategy is titled Culture and the Arts, a New Energy for Sustainable Development of Sofia 2023-2033. Key focus, the transformative role of cultural policy. There are several places in the strategy that tie in culture with building an inclusive and just city. So these are not just words that you can use with energy transition, but culture as well. Culture is set in a broader context of sustainable urban development, digital transition, and inclusive growth, and also focus on age, gender and diversity, place-based culture, and creativity. All of this contributing to building an inclusive and smart city. In terms of policy implementation, the section in the document, it relies heavily and promotes stakeholder partnerships, open access, transparency. Finally, the strategy was approved and voted unanimously by the Municipal Council in June of this year. Some of you were in Sofia when this happened, so we shared with you this event. So, summing everything up, what do we consider success based on our participation in the RRI-LEADERS project, the co-creation and the cultural strategy? Just a few things. Success is when we bring policy leaders and communities together. Success is also when we create and reshape policy agendas together. Success is when we take good practices, when we test them, replicate them, and valorize them. Success is also when citizens have new tools to influence the contents of policy. And finally, it's all about trust and practicing responsibility. We had one participant in the middle of the project who said that what we're trying to do with RRI, with integrating RRI in policy making, is sort of trying to build and sign a new social contract between citizens and policymakers for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Snezna. That was really interesting. As I understood, it's not the norm that these policies are voted unanimously in the council. Is that? It depends. Depends. Yeah.
I think we can. Because this entire process went through several, iterations. You work, you have a draft, you consult with policymakers. There have been, of course, critical remarks and questions, why this, why that. But at the end of the day, yes, we managed to do it. I mean, on the other hand, we also have to keep in mind the culture is not one of those very contested and controversial issues. I mean, this is not to undermine the effort. It's just, different dynamics. But I guess a bigger challenge for us will be that end of October, there will be a change in power, change in office. So we'll see what the next municipal council will say.
Yeah. And I also thought it was really interesting in your presentation that you mentioned that sometimes municipalities and regions are already doing this, but under different names. And sometimes it's just learning from RRI, but without necessarily implementing RRI as an additional theoretical concept among others. So thank you so much, all of you, for this, because it's been really valuable to hear. Now, it's a little bit artificial, because we didn't want you to repeat the same things 4 times. So you've heard kind of snippets of the 4 stages from 4 different cases. But I think, of course, for you all, you've gone through all of these steps from the audit, what have we got in place, what's the situation, the Delphi survey, the World Cafe, gathering input, developing proposals, the citizen review panel, getting a kind of critical friend, an outside perspective, and then pulling it all together into these transformative outlooks. So I think in some sense you have to look at this as a whole. It doesn't really make sense for you to just look at one, but in the interest of time, that's how we've done it. And we have a lot of comments and questions on the Menti, and I will open up for questions from the audience in general.
But I think I'd like to start. Obviously, this is a new way of working for many of you. And there is a question here. After the end of funding from Horizon, will the four territories, Western Macedonia, Thalwil, Sabadell, and Sofia, will you keep using these tools and experience? How will you transfer the experience? Which tools do you think you can use? And I guess if not, why? So that's a question to all of you. There is also a specific, I think there's also a question here about the how might the public opinion change if the proposals included information about tax implications and impacts? Are there particular things which are easier to get through in these processes than others? And there is also a good question, a challenging question, but a very good one. And I think I should probably open up for the methodological partners and other partners to answer this as well. So World Cafe, Delphi Survey, these things are well established. They've been around a long time. Where does the innovation lie? I think that's a good challenge. It's always a good challenge. Is there anything innovative in the RRI leaders approach? And of course, you're also welcome to answer that. So will you keep using these tools? And should we start in the order we did? So Pavlos?
Well, I would say that we are going to use the tools that are going to strengthen our policy focus in implementing energy transition more adequately. For example, the citizens often said, and also the stakeholders, that they feel neglected from the whole decision-making process. So initiating some open digital platforms that are going to allow the citizens or the stakeholders or the scientific community of Western Macedonia participate in the implementation measures of the energy transition plan is a very useful measure that could be used on the RRI framework. Now, because as I said in my presentation previously, RRI framework, according to my perception at least, and according to many of the stakeholders' perception, is quite general. So not all things can be used. But those specific things that have to do about strengthening the democratization of the whole process, strengthening inclusiveness, in actually making other segments and other helices of the quadruple helix participate, yes, they can be useful, and they are going to be used later on in our energy transition process, and I bet I suppose for the other regions as well.
Thank you. So, Gabriel and Martin, do you have any thoughts what you might use?
Yeah, I guess for Thalwil, we probably won't use these things anymore because Thalwil is a small town, and these instruments are so complicated and time-consuming that we can afford the resources to do that. So yeah, I guess we will move on like we did it before, but we have seen it has some positive effects, of course, but still we need to find a way which is more practical.
Anything to add there, Gabriel?
Yeah, definitely from the city of Sabadell, I completely agree with Martin. Some of the tools need to be better integrated in our local context. Some of them really don't fit in. But I must say that the first stage in mapping, I think that was really, really of great value. So probably that would be one of the most interesting tools to apply in every single project, to have a wider view of what we have in the territory and what stakeholders could be involved in.
Well, I will also have to say that it will depend on the type of strategic document or the type of project that we have at hand. But traditionally, regardless of the fact that top-down and centralized decision-making is still prevalent, I think we've seen more and more adaptation of this, more and more interventions, coming from civil society, but coming also from the municipality itself, because they have understood that co-creation methods, even more creative than this one, such that involve citizens, the citizens can provide solutions which are backed up by the finances or whatever logistical other support from the municipality. They really do They really are effective, they are successful, and they do change the atmosphere, the entire indeed the entire logic of policy making. So I think yes, for us, for Sofia Development Association, we have great experience with that, and it's actually quite fun to have citizens criticize you, but also give you good ideas, because that's all learning.
And let's not underestimate the value of fun that it can be, and it doesn't have to be just hard work. It's also it can make policy making more enjoyable. But I'm also going to throw open that question about the very useful challenge. I mean, why use Horizon 2020, Horizon Europe money to fund world cafes and Delphi surveys and methods which have been in use for a long time? And I don't know if anyone from the panel or indeed from the other partners want to reflect on what it is that's innovative about RRI leaders.
Yes, I have some comment about that. Well, it's not the proper methodology of the Delphi process or focus group or sessions of knowledge co-production. It's the application of these methods to obtain the social representation of the citizens' contribution or civil society organizations' contributions. For example, when I use an Euclidean space for visualizing the main dimensions that characterize the contribution of the civil society organizations or the contributions of citizens, I am innovating because the Euclidean spaces have not been used for this purpose before. So methodology is the same, I agree. Delphi methodology is the same, but the knowledge produced from citizens is dynamic. So this way of using, for example, Euclidean space is what we used to do for representing dynamic information is the innovation component for contributing to the methodology and to the, of course, to characterize in what way the citizens or the territories are contributing to increasing knowledge or to supporting policies and so on.
Yes, so my name is Maya. I'm from the Danish Board of Technology, and we are the partner who has developed the method for the citizen review panel. And in terms of this innovation question, I would say that from a perspective of the citizen review panel, the goal was not necessarily to create innovative ideas. It was to review and validate some existing policies and having citizens contribute with their values, opinion, and lived experiences, also to make these policies more responsive to their needs and to perhaps arrive at a common shared opinion that is not biased by some particular interests from stakeholders or academia. And yeah.
Thank you, and we'll have a chance to hear more about the specific methodology in a later panel. Claire?
Yes, reaction on the methodology. Indeed, very following up to the last intervention, it is maybe turned into a question for Thalwil. Are we happy with those existing methodologies in the new area we are living on? So we are talking about transformation, transformative innovation, possibly radical transformation, like the energy transition in Western Macedonia. This is really radical, pervasive, touching about many sectors, mentalities, and so on. And when you describe the process, especially Thalwil, you put that in evidence, it's about searching of consensus. Is that the right way forward if we need to transform our societies? Do we need, I mean, the literature on transformative innovation is highlighting the value of dissensus, of ability, thinking out of the box, which is not likely to gain a consensus. And again, Western Macedonia, the long-term versus the short-term needs, immediate needs of a region like this, versus the longer-term needs. So are we happy about applying those existing techniques, especially this problem of looking for consensus?
Really valuable challenge there. I think we had another question as well.
Yes, in terms of like what's the innovative value of the findings, and my impression from this project, I'm with the Zurich University of Applied Sciences methodological part in RRI-LEADERS. My personal impression is that in terms of like the proposals, the outcomes that we have been able to deliver, there was rather little that was really astonishing as such, like in terms of like the innovation value there. But I think like the value of getting the deliberation and engagement of citizens and other stakeholders is very high, and I see the largest potential there. And I think like we need to put like a price tag to that if we are able to increase the acceptance and legitimacy of transformative policies, and I guess that's a challenge, because only then we can make properly the case why it's worth investing all the resources into this like lengthy processes. I don't know if others have a view on that.
Great. So we have one up. So we had one question there about the challenge about, do we want consensus or do we want more disagreement? Do we need to? Is this a good fit? Do you have a question as well?
Yes, hello. Hi. Karim Hassan for Axio for the Catalan government. Just a question. I submitted in the Menti as well, but I figured it may be more useful for everybody here. Citizen engagement and the quadruple helix is at the center of what is currently being done in many Horizon Europe missions. Did the participants find synergies, or are they planning to find synergies to inject or draw upon from the findings that are being gathered in the climate neutral cities or the climate action missions? Thank you.
Is there an additional question? Otherwise, yeah.
Hello, good morning. I'm Chris Moscardi from I2CAT Research Center in Catalonia. Very interesting outcomes, especially to see the differences between the different regions. I'm positive, well, I'm kind of shocked that, but also positively shocked that Snesina, is the only one that brought a very interesting quote, which is they're looking forward to generate a societal change in the way the stakeholders are collaborating. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that you said that you're looking towards generating a change in the way the society and the quadruple helix is collaborating. And I think that that's one of the key points of this quadruple helix exercise. Having the social innovation point of view, which is the voice of the social society, civil society, is so important, because at the end of the day, they are the end users, and they are the ones that are going to benefit from all this policy, new policies, and all the innovation implementation from all the different stakeholders. So the same way that, for instance, in the energy sector, consumers are becoming prosumers, I think that users need to find this new role of becoming, to being empowered and be a strong participant in the policy making. So it's one just of the ideas that I have, and I hope to exchange the rest with you in the networking sessions.
So I see there's a few more hands, but let's just see if the panel has any reflections. We've got 3 points there. One is this thing about consensus. Do we need more Delphi services looking for consensus, or should we be looking for divergent opinions? This thing about synergies, both with Horizon Europe priorities, but I guess more broadly, do you see synergies with this work with other things that your region or local authority is doing? And then this question about wider societal change and big shifts in how citizens and stakeholders are involved. Is that something that you see being needed in your regional local area?
Yeah. To answer on Claire, if we are happy with the consensus process or not, I think the correct question is, who is we? Are we the decision makers? Are we the scientific experts or the citizens? I mean, in the whole process of the RRI Leaders project, the consensus part of where the stakeholders and then the citizens had a view on was in the later stages of the project, and especially in the citizen review panel that Maya is going to describe later on and present. The citizens were suddenly saw some already shaped opinions and actions and policy actions shaped by stakeholders already in the previous parts of the project, and they just had to agree or disagree on those. Of course, they had the ability to say a few things about them, but they didn't participate in the whole shaping of those policies from the first place. So if the process is correct or not, I would say that probably the participation of the citizens should be implemented in the initial stages of the project rather than in the later ones. And of course, citizens cannot say if something is good or not, but they have to say and propose implementing measures, correcting measures, policies, and so on. So from my perspective and from our own perspective in Western Macedonia, probably the process should be more effective in terms of engaging the stakeholders and mostly the citizens in the initial parts of the project.
So Thalwil, I don't know if you have any reflections on any of those questions?
Yeah, in relation to the final user, I have to say that actually when we decided to take part of the project, it was because of that, because we wanted to approach to this final user and how to involve the civil society, the citizens here. And I really agree that we need to empower citizens. It's really important, and probably that's the first step to do. But at the same time, we are facing that we have a top-down decision-making in Sabadell, and that makes things quite complicated. So probably what I would say is that all that tools that I have been exploring and that we have been through probably would have more sense if we previously had some basic participative platform to involve all the citizens. So probably the first thing to do is having this structure, a well-prepared structure to get all the participative decisions in, and then start working with all that tools. Definitely, they are really valuable experiences that we could apply. But I think that firstly, we need to change that.
Well, you know, my 2 cents on the many questions. It seems that, you know, that when we constantly look for innovations, you know, always new things, we're sort of easily deciding or easily accepting that everything old, you know, has nothing, is not valuable, there's nothing we can take from it. But there's also a saying that if, you know, if something is working, if, you know, the football game is going fine, there's no need to replace your striker. That's one thing. Second thing, when you know, the question of consensus, whether we're looking for consensus or dissent, you know, whether there's something more creative, is something more valuable in dissent and disruptive technologies, etc. I think it's a question of truly getting the best out of what citizens can provide. You know, the knowledge they have, the expertise that they bring, and also what's the capacity of the policymaker? Because policymakers are not, you know, omnipotent gods. They have restrictions, restrictions from regulations. It's public money that they need to spend. It's also restrictions in terms of time. You know, some issues are very urgent. Other issues that deal with the kind of a long-term perspective can enjoy, you know, can entertain longer processes of discussions and deliberation. So it's probably a question of combining and seeing what works best, but on the go. I think one thing that we've learned from the project is that you have to be both sides, stakeholders, citizens, and policymakers. They need to develop a better capacity of being adaptive. You know, what's called agile, you know, management. It has to be agile policymaking because it's a constant process of give and take. And if the policymakers, decision makers are rigid and don't really want to keep an ear to the ground, nothing's going to happen, regardless of how innovative your citizen engagement event will be. And finally, a question of engagement and participation. There's really difference in could be nuanced, but that there are differences in terms of inclusion, engagement, participation. We don't simply want to engage citizens. We don't simply and only want them to come to our events, stay for 2 hours, go home, forget about it. We want them to really contribute. But that means that we need, prior to that citizens have to be informed. They have to know what is expected for them. They have to be, they have to develop also some sort of civic responsibility, and that's a question of education. That's a question of proactive local government, and it's indeed finding the balance of where do we want citizens to really have their strong say, where we just want to consult them. Why, in what ways, etc. And at the end of the day, it's also all about resources and money.
Yeah. So we had two.
Yes, my question is about your reactions that it didn't really fit your context. Most of you said that the methodology. And I'm just thinking, one thing is to be in a project. Everybody always complains that projects are too small, but sometimes they actually, sometimes they're too big. That you get so many resources that you do things that you wouldn't be able to do in your daily life. And my question is about, is that what you experience basically? That suddenly you could do something that you would not be able to do in your daily life? If that was what you experienced, then I would like to hear some reflections about then what did you get from this project that you will use in the future? Because can you downscale some of these processes to something that is implementable in your context or whatever? I mean, have you learned something that you one-to-one can implement, but in a scale that makes sense in your context?
Thanks. Ellen Marie Forsberg from Norsus. I've been an advisor for this project, and I wanted to comment on has it been worth the investment from Horizon 2020? And I think that one thing is what has actually happened in the 4 locations, and I think there have been interesting and probably important results. But I also tend to see it as 4 case studies, and the point now is to extract as much learning and be as analytic as possible to understand how to disseminate the learnings from these projects or these specific cases, so that other regions can take that into account. And I completely agree with Lars that the point here is not exactly the design of each and every participatory method you used. The point is the approach, the way of thinking, which I think that there are several trends in society, which means that there will be more expectations of that. And there are some really important learning points from this project, which makes it really valuable and worth the investment of taxpayers' money, from my opinion.
Yes. Oh, yes. Sorry. I would like to address the question about the innovativeness of the different pieces of the methodology. Well, we do not look at the innovative nature, for instance, at the Delphi study, because it has been practiced for years, but we look at it from the perspective of the territories, for which this is innovative, right? And also about the innovativeness of the methodology, I wouldn't look at the methodology as, you know, a sum of an audit, a Delphi, etc. It was a whole process. This is the overall methodology. It was a process which built on multi-stage, multi-stakeholder engagement to produce the results that we have to produce. And the very, the very learning of the territories that they were involved in this process, I think this is quite positive and substantial outcome of this project. But I wouldn't look, this is one piece of paper and this is another report. It's not the case. It's a more holistic approach, which has been well thought and designed, a methodological approach. Whether or not the territories after the project will continue to use, probably not at the same scale, but we also have the example of Sofia, which I think is very positive. It's also about, the local context, whether or not the policymakers and stakeholders would like to continue with similar approaches to work for the future policy making. So this is up to them. But so far, I think that we have generated quite good results. At least we have in the region of Western Macedonia and in Sabadell, for the first time, the partners worked with the citizen engagement approach. So I think this is quite a learning and already innovation for these partners and for the people who are involved in this.
So we've got a couple of minutes left, and I thought I'd throw out a few of those questions. So Lars's question, did you have too much money? And if so, could you do this on the cheap? Can you see a way of applying some of this within the constraints you've talked about? The question there about learning, are there any learnings that you see that already that you can extract? And actually building on your point here, Snezina, you mentioned that it's a capacity building both for the citizens but also for the institutions. It's a two-way street. We've talked a lot about what you can learn from RRI. So is there anything that RRI, the field of RRI, can learn from local government? Is there anything, is there a learning that goes the other way? That's my challenge to you. So feel free to answer any of those questions that you feel motivated by. And I'm not going to go any specific order, so just turn on the microphone and reflect.
What I would say is that what I just stated in my presentation in the beginning is that RRI as a framework is quite general, and what we have learned from this whole process is that it has to become more specific when it has to face some specific policy foci that each region has. So if something RRI has learned from us is that, first of all, it has to become more specific rather than being so general. And secondly, our experiences is that sometimes the citizens can be very, can specialize in a few specific things very much. They can actually behave as experts. And sometimes the stakeholders cannot specialize in the policies that we want to implement and be general. And when the citizens or other parts hear their final policies on how to deal with specific policy foci, these are not so specific, these are not so practical and so on. So the distinction between experts, scientific experts, decision makers, stakeholders and citizens is not that intense according to our perception, and probably we should actually mix all those things together in actually finalizing the policies that should be implemented in order to strengthen the policy focus that each region has. That's my perception at least.
I would say the same. It's very important to simplify the concept, and bring it closer to the regional people, to their problems, making examples and things like this, so that it really gets understood. Because in Thalwil right now, the concept is still not understood. Even the elements are easy, and there are actually some of these elements are already implemented. So I think you need to bring it closer to the people, closer to their thinking, and closer to their problems. That's the most important thing. And maybe one word to answer this question. about to downscale the methodology. I think that would be really important to do because we saw the positive effects of involving the people, the locals in Thalwil, and that makes really sense to do so. But it's not only about money; it's just like resources, human resources, how to do this. And Switzerland has a direct democracy, and this is already quite expensive in terms of human resources. And you make it, with these methods, you make it just more complicated and harder to come to the point.
Yes, I do agree with Zoya when she says that we need to look at the whole process. I think that's really important because when I was presenting the citizen review panel and I was saying, okay, I think that methodology doesn't fit with our local context, it is with a methodology in concrete, meaning that probably an 8-hour event is not suitable right now in our local reality, and this was seen because we really had a really unbalanced number of people coming from probably different backgrounds, but they were just 12 people. So something needs to be changed. We don't know what was, but probably it was related to the lack of this participative culture, let's say that, but probably because we don't have the basis right now in our local context to do that. But the good thing is that all the people who attend to the meeting, they were really happy to take part of that. So that's what I would say, okay, keep going doing it, because it's important to have the citizens involved in the process, but in our local context, we need to find other approaches since that was not the most suitable one.
Well, I sort of forgot the specific questions, but anyway, I'll try to sum up what I think. In terms of what we're going to use and downscaling, unlike probably the Spanish partner SDA and Sofia, we do have experience with citizen engagement. So I think at this point for us, it's not so much of building the basics and learning how to do that, but rather taking it a step further. And we've had and currently have initiatives and projects that actually engage citizens, young people in very different ways, through hackathons, through competitions, through innovation camps, where really they really produce something. It's not just deliberation and a conclusion at the end, but really you see a product. And when the municipality has been the challenge owner and there's money provided, things happen. My colleagues here, they're quite experienced, both from academia and also from SDA. They can tell you more about that. That's one thing. Secondly, in terms of the question of what's innovative, what not, and how do we do it, and to what extent was this a learning experience? Well, it's learning because it's capacity building. But for capacity building, you have the element of knowledge absorption. So I'm absolutely sure that our policymakers and a lot of the stakeholders that were involved right now, compared to 3 years ago, if you ask them what is RRI Air, they will be able to say that. And this knowledge translates into practice. So some of them will continue. If we continue this process, we will be building a community of practice that's more experienced, that knows what to do. And the focus is maybe not so much the focus, but the question is that what is important in observing RRI Air in policymaking is that you're bringing people and you're asking them to focus on how do I bring together the five keys, 4 dimensions in the problem that I'm trying to solve. So it requires an intensive thinking, and it requires really translating theoretical concepts into practice. This may not be innovative, but the process of matching methodology to a problem and finding a solution, this is really something, and this is that will stay, and that will help policymakers move on, and always keep in mind, okay, I need to be sure that I respect ethical principles. I need to be sure that publics are engaged and they are informed what's taking place. We need to make sure that there's gender diversity, that we do not let people out of the loop, and make sure that everything's inclusive. Other than that, I agree with what Pavlo said and the rest of my colleagues, that this framework is rather broad, and it probably needs to be sort of adapted to policymakers. Have one high theoretically charged concept, but then one that's specifically for policymakers. Those efforts have been made. I don't know where they are, but we can contribute.
I think unfortunately we're running out of time. See, we've got additional questions in the Menti, and there's a lot more to discuss. We can maybe a very quick sum up.
Yes, very quick, thank you. I just wanted to say that each territory brought stakeholders also to this conference who were part in these events, and from Thalwil, I mean, they're a bit shy, but they're here. And for those people, we have a policymaker, we have someone who was a citizen, who was part in the citizen review panel, we have experts who were parts of this Delphi survey workshops, and so maybe for those practitioners and researchers, it makes sense to find them during the lunch and ask them directly, because you're often asking like our interpretation, and we're not the researchers, we're implementers, right? We're just following the plan, and yeah, so they're here.
So are there any participating stakeholders that would like to add anything to the discussion? We have one hand up there, yep.
Well, I would say that what Martin said is really worth thinking about in great detail. I mean, he could probably speak a lot more and a lot longer if there were time available, but particularly the point about direct democracy in Switzerland is, it already happens. I mean, there's a lot of flaws to it, I can tell you that, but the point is that maybe RRI already happens in a number of ways, not only in Switzerland, but in a number of places anyway. And I guess what I take out of this conversation is, does this really add anything? Is this really something that's useful? I mean, the whole concept is very good, but is this really practicable? Which I think is kind of people are dancing around a bit. I don't see somebody taking a clear position.
And good question to take into the afternoon, because then we will hear from several projects who've worked with RRI in different parts of Europe at the regional or local level. And so, yeah, that's a good discussion. Does this add value? Is it worth doing? It's probably worth hearing from more projects than just RRI leaders, I think. I think, unless there's additional points, it's time for lunch. We have additional questions in the Menti. I have lots of questions I would have loved to ask with you if we had an extra hour. But use the lunch break. As you said, Gabriel, there are people from the 4 territories here to talk. There is also going to be videos showing films on there, and there'll be some of those stakeholders will be around the 4 videos from each area. So grab hold of them, find out more what you're interested in. And when we come back from lunch, we're going to listen to other experiences of this kind of work, and then move on to a more kind of future-focused piece of work. This has been really interesting, and I think the afternoon will be even more interesting than this. So we have lunch until 13:45, 1:45. And where's lunch, Zoya? So everyone knows.
The lunch will be not in front of the room, but in atrium 6. So we have to go down the lobby to the left-hand side, and then there are stairs to go 1 floor up.
Thank you.
And please be there on time, 1:45. Thank you.
Welcome back from lunch. I hope you enjoyed it. We continue now with the first session in the afternoon. We are talking about, again, responsible research and innovation in territorial policy making, but we will focus on the wider picture. We will have presentations from the so-called sister projects, and I will now briefly introduce each one of our colleagues who are going to speak in this afternoon session. Wolfgang Haider. Wolfgang is a project manager at the Center for Social Innovation in Vienna, and he is the coordinator of the RIPEET project, which is from the family of responsible research and innovation projects. And he will speak about responsible research and innovation, putting them into practice. Then we will listen to the presentation of Professor Goran Stojanovic. He has 27 years of experience in research and development and 17 years of experience in coordination of EU-supported projects. And he is the coordinator of the Responsible Research and Innovation Project, which is focused on the Western Balkan countries. For me, coming from Bulgaria, we are a neighbor part of the region, and it will be extremely interesting to listen to this presentation. Then we will listen to the presentation of Professor Ricardo Garcia Mira. He is specialized in environmental psychology, and he is the coordinator of the Entrances Project, which stands for Energy Transitions from Coal and Carbon Effects on Society. This is very relevant for our colleagues from the region of Western Macedonia. Then we will listen to the presentation of Dr. Nina Rila. She is a senior scientist at the VTT Technical Research Center of Finland, and she is interested in responsibility-driven change and social sustainability, and she will present the experience of the TetRRIS project, another project from the RRI family. And the last presentation in this panel, we will have 5 presentations in this panel this afternoon. Maja Bistrup. Maja is a project manager at the Danish Board of Technology, and she has been involved in design and implementation of citizen and stakeholder engagement activities. So without delay, I think that we can continue to listening to these experiences which our colleagues will present to us. Okay.
Thank you. And practically, you have the Menti to ask questions.
Well, hello everybody. Thanks, Sofia, for the introduction, and thanks for the invitation. I think it's finally a real good chance to bring all our SWAFS 14 experiences together to exchange upon, and I already really liked the discussions in the morning in the plenary session, but also in between at the coffee breaks to see, you know, what is the worth of what we're doing and what are we taking with it. And also that is something that I want to pick up and kind of try at the end of my presentation to develop it a bit further. What can we do with our experiences now, also in the European project context, and how can we translate our learnings to make more effective and more inclusive and more just or sustainable projects in the future. And I think that you already have presented various aspects that can be of real importance for pushing green and digital transitions, for example, in European Union context forward. And I want to take the chance today to introduce you another one of these approaches that really tried to work with this concept of responsible research and innovation in a regional context. So the title of my presentation is Transition Labs, Putting Responsible Innovation into Practice. And this is because the Transition Labs were, so to say, the vehicle for how we implemented our understanding of RRI on a regional scale. So what am I going to do today in this presentation is first I'm going to quickly introduce the project and the partners, for those of you who don't know it, explain a bit about this so-called Transition Lab and how we operationalized it in our pilot regions, and give you a very quick run-through and insight into the activities that we implemented. You've heard already today a lot of different activities, so I'll keep that rather short. And then reflect a bit on, okay, what did it actually mean for the regional stakeholders and the regional partners in the governance system of the energy sector in the pilot regions and in also in our mirror regions. And yeah, think about some future avenues where this could maybe take us. So who are we? We are research funded, we are Horizon 2020 funded CSA project, so we are coordination and support action. So we really included different regional stakeholders already in the conceptualization of the project and as partners of our consortium. And we are implementing transition labs in 3 regions: Extremadura, Spain, Highlands and Islands, the Outer Hebrides in Scotland, and Ostrobothnia in Finland. So different regional profiles, different advancements in energy transition, different experiences with getting stakeholders on board, with getting citizens on board, with getting industry on board. So different starting points, and already, but all of them familiar already with some of these concepts. And what is this Transition Lab? This Transition Lab is based on different approaches to understanding innovation, how innovation works, how it affects a concrete regional context. And also what we wanted to do is really to create this experimental space for introducing a new governance frame for research and innovation policy in the energy sector in our regions. So something that would have not been possible without our project has been done in these regions, because we provided a space funded by the European Union where people could experiment with recombining different methods, different aspects, different approaches to just and sustainable transitions. And all this grounded in the work that has been done on responsible research and innovation. So who are we? Just to give you a quick overview, we have some conceptual partners: academia, research-based, University of Vaasa, University of Leiden in the Netherlands, ZSI, Center for Social Innovation, as a lead institution, and colleagues from Italy from Knowledge and Innovation. Then we have the regional partners who are implementing these transition labs on the ground. They are different innovation intermediaries, energy agencies, public authorities, civil society organizations. And then we have also on board a European network, which is ERIN, to kind of anchor our whole process in ongoing policy discourses in the European Union. And then we also had a mirroring approach where we in the project made a call for mirror regions that wanted to engage with us, learn from our methodological approaches, and replicate them in an initial stage in their territory. Okay, so a bit more specific on our approach and maybe the background. So the challenge that we faced and that also you faced and the whole SWAFS 14 community faced was kind of, okay, we have overarching policy frameworks that we want to achieve and that are in some aspects transformative to socio-ecological systems and governance systems, but also how innovation systems work and so on. And then we have the regional scale that is key for implementing, for getting these things on the ground. But there's really sometimes a translation problem between these regions. So how do we really get these overarching policy goals on the ground on a regional scale, and what role can regional actors from the regional governance system play in this process, and how can we tie it to societal needs, so with and for society. So how can we engage citizens, civil society organizations, but also other stakeholders, industry, public authorities, to really make this an inclusive process. And well, we said, okay, we need an approach, a concept, a methodological tool that guides or that helps to build up some transformative capacities in the regional framework, in the regional governance ecosystem, to implement or to adapt these overarching policy goals to the regional needs and develop it and try to achieve them together with the society and the persons who are living in these territories. And yeah, we thought about how can we do that, and we came up with this transition lab approach that is foundly rooted in transition management theory and combines it with these aspects of responsible research innovation and these principles on how you design a process. And we have heard a lot about the keys and the dimensions and so on already today. We really didn't focus too much on explaining them, but really tried to just set up a process that works according to this criteria and equip our regional stakeholders with the tools to guide such a process on a regional level. So in order to intervene in this energy innovation ecosystem, provide directionality based on regional needs, and provide also coordination between the different actors. So that is basically, you see, and we have heard about quadruple or triple helix today. We actually went a step forward and said, okay, especially in energy transition, we also need to consider the environment. And we spoke of a quintuple helix approach, meaning that we somehow had to find representation of environment as such, of nature, of also the rights and maybe the concerns for nature. So obviously that was a challenge to how do you represent the voice of nature in this whole context, which is not so easy, but there are, for example, citizens associations, lobbying organizations that have their main goal for example, environmental protection, and through them we managed to also specifically get on board this perspective on environment. So how did this then actually look like? This is just the overview on how we implemented this transition lab from a step-by-step basis. So there was research involved in the regional mapping, understanding energy transition patterns, understanding which technologies are there, understanding also which social innovations, for example, are already there. How are they dealing, for example, with energy communities, with prosumer models, with different forms of organizing energy production, consumption, and distribution. And that was like kind of the first step where we already went out to the regions and said, okay, hey, we want to do this in a co-creative manner to understand how your regions work. And on that, building on top of these results, we built the concrete transition lab approach, which was then the implementation, which was basically consisting of a vision development process, so bringing regional stakeholders together for a co-creation process to design a regional energy transition vision, then a backcasting exercise that allowed to define different steps on how to reach this vision, and then a needs definition process where we said, okay, we have now these different steps, but which of them are the most important and most pressing, where we need solutions now, or where we need solutions most fast. And then what we did, and what I haven't mentioned so far, I think, is we went a step further. So we did not just flag out what are the needs, but we also made use of a specific clause of the European Commission to have, according to Annex K, a third-party funding in a cascade funding approach. So we reserved for each region, for each pilot region, 50,000 euros to actually act on these needs identified and deliver real energy innovation solutions. So we wanted to show that this whole process of designing an innovation call can be done in this transition lab context, and then an energy innovation solution can be implemented that answers these needs that have been co-created by these different stakeholders. And so we launched an open innovation call for energy pilots, so energy innovation solutions in the 3 regions. And that's where we actually are. So the project is still running until January, and these innovation solutions are in development right now and will be, if everything works well, be concluded until end of the year. And I'm very positive that will be the case. Yeah, and so you see that this whole complex is really kind of trying to set this regional innovation process on kind of a new footing, or an experimental footing. And we really proved, I think, inside to this project that this works, and that is also kind of building up these capacities that I mentioned at the beginning in the regional ecosystems. Of course, you have to take a bit my word for it now, because I don't have my regional stakeholders here that could explain you more in detail how they actually experience this whole process. But I assure you that there have been takeaways that will be implemented after the project as well. Yeah, and then just to show you that, like I mentioned before, that this process obviously is built on the place-based needs and the specific situations, but it followed a coherent process that we set up in the consortium, and we have different things that document this approach. I have a toolbox that equipped our partners on a regional scale with the necessary methodological tools to implement all these steps, so the visioning, backcasting, and so on. And we also have a handbook that details how you set up this whole transition lab process, this innovation call creation, and so on. So this is now well-documented methodology that can be used and replicated, for example, in the mirror regions that I've been talking to, and where we are now already working on trying to implement it in some sort of way. Yeah, this is just, sorry, I'm used to having a slide behind me, so you can see here, I'm sorry. You can see here just the exemplary roadmap of the transition lab in Extremadura. So obviously that was a quite lengthy process with a lot of engagement, a lot of workshops, a lot of different exercises, and frankly also, and I've seen this also in the other presentations, with uneven participation at times from different stakeholder groups. So I was absolutely stunned by the colleague of Sofia who presented the engagement of 200 participants in the event. So that's really quite an achievement. But we still managed to include all the stakeholders that we set out to include. And yeah, so from the beginning territorial progress meeting to the launch of the call for solutions, and each region has a tailored, so to say, timeline. Yeah, this I will just skip. It's just a representation of how one region approached this whole process. You have to take into consideration that this was developed really still in COVID with a lot of restrictions, so a lot of this was done online. But following the toolbox, the different methods in the toolbox that I just highlighted before. And this is an example from Scotland, where they, for example, then identified as one of the most important needs to develop or explore new solutions to reduce household energy costs by better utilizing locally generated energy. And then you see here, these are the responses or the innovation pilots that are actually now implemented in the 3 different regions. So answering to this need in Scotland that I just presented is the Outer Hebrides Local Energy Economy project that develops more or less a local energy concept and local energy company in order to intervene in the local energy system and make better use of the vast potential of the Outer Hebrides in terms of wind energy, for example, and also profit a bit more as a community in the Scottish Islands. Then we also have an energy community being built up in Extremadura, and energy village concept being implemented in Finland. So you see a tendency that this whole process of engagement really led then to projects that are also not completely focused on, for example, technology development. Also obvious because it's only a limited amount of money, so you will not come up with a new technology for, I don't know, energy management, but really having this democratization of energy systems aspect at the heart of the solutions. Exactly. And then, yeah, great, because I'm coming to my last slide actually. So this whole process that we have implemented, I think we can really already say from our monitoring and impact assessment that we are continuously developing in a developmental and informative way, that it brings benefits both to RI ecosystems, so the transition labs, as to actually innovation solution creation and implementation. So this whole bringing stakeholder together that have not talked with each other before, including them in this whole process of innovation policy and innovation governance, it actually brought something new to the table in the regions that hadn't been there before. So in that sense, it was quite innovative on a regional scale. And yeah, it also shows that there really is a good method to tackle actually the social needs or societal needs, so to say, of these regions if you implement this process. And also has become quite visible that civil society actors in general tend to respond quite good to this approach. Yeah? So they're getting active. They see that they have potential and that they can co-create something, really co-create, not just a strategy or something, but really also kind of steer together with the governance actors the way of the energy transition. With other actors, it maybe hasn't worked so well. So in industry, we definitely have left some potential on the road, I have to admit also. And then it, as I've said, it's also has benefits for actually development of energy innovation solutions, because this whole needs definition process allows to link the things that are developed to the regional needs and to what actually these stakeholders are wanting from their governance actors and from solution providers. And yeah, it aligns it with values and needs of the region. And also it has the effect that, you know, we see that really that people take ownership of these solutions. So there is this 50,000 euro, but beside that there is a lot of voluntary work, for example, going into the development of energy community projects in Extremadura, where you really see, you know, a really snowball effect of this innovation solution that we have kickstarted with this 50,000 euros. So that was really, really good to see. And also from a governance perspective, this innovation solution and how innovation governance works, we can observe some tendencies. I would say that in the three regions it moved a bit from a hierarchically structured innovation governance system to a more networked approach. But of course, these are tendencies that we can observe now through the project, which is already nice. How it will develop in the future is also a bit beyond our influence, but hopefully we can translate these experiences also into other frameworks that are, for example, now relevant on a European Commission level. So I've just more or less wrote down here some also questions and discussion points for you. So how can we work with concepts such as the Transition Lab in Horizon Europe, for example, the missions that are actually, as we have heard also in the morning, have a mainstreamed view on RRI, and how can we use these tools and how can we promote our approaches and how can we implement them. And then also in other aspects. So for example, partnerships for regional innovation that are now one very important policy measure for also transformative innovation policy. So we have one region really engaged in that, and they are already using this Transition Lab approach to kind of give this process some directionality, because they were a bit lost with this whole new terminology of the PRI and how this works and what they're actually supposed to do. And in this case, Transition Lab really also allowed them to say, okay, we have already some proven methods that we can use, and we will do this in the frame of being a pilot region for the Partnership for Regional Innovation. Yeah, so.
Thank you very much indeed. As I said, keep the questions coming through Menti. Now we have the great privilege of listening to Professor Stojanovic and the work in the Western Balkans.
So, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure and privilege of mine having the opportunity to present to you today the main achievements and results of WBC-RRI.net project. The title of the project is Embedding RRI in Western Balkan Countries, Enhancement of Self-Sustaining Research and Innovation Ecosystem. And we started project 1st March 2021, and the end of the project will be the end of February next year. In the project we have 13 partners from 8 countries, and actually, as you can see here, we have 2 partners from Serbia, 2 partners from Montenegro, 2 partners from Albania, 2 partners from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and 2 partners from North Macedonia. And that is actually regions or territories where we want to see the impact of our project. And in addition to these partners, we have 3 partners from EU, Southeast European Research Center from Greece, European Science Foundation from France, and Center for Social Innovation from Austria. Actually, in these countries, which I mentioned, we selected small territories, regions, as a pilots or as case studies where we implemented our project. In Albania, we selected Kunvin Tail Lagoon, and we actually selected 3 or 2 RRI topics to implement in this region as our initiatives. And in this region, we selected public engagement or citizen science and governance. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, we selected the Republic of Srpska, and we implemented ethics, science education, and open access or open science. And the whole country is Montenegro, and we implemented public engagement and governance. From North Macedonia, we selected city of Skopje, and we implemented science education and gender equality. And in Serbia, we selected the north part of the country, Autonomous Province of Vojvodina, and we implemented public engagement and open science. As many of you presented in your presentation from previous session or this, we usually started, as you did, with mapping of our territory. And we actually first started mapping process with identifying stakeholders dealing in the field of responsible research and innovation. And we identify 49 stakeholders from industry, 33 from government, 32 from academias. In addition to that, we selected or identified the 78 successful practice in implementing responsible research innovation in this region, as well as 47 different policies in the region. To easily operationalize daily work or monthly work within our project, we established 3 working groups. First, dealing in gender and ethics. Second one in science education and public engagement. And the third one with open science and open access. And of course, these groups, working groups, are open for any other expert, not just the members of the beneficiaries of the project team and the consortium, which is like some kind of introductory work or inclusiveness or co-design process in this region. Just to mention some of the most important activities of this working group, we created 6 gender and ethics podcasts, for example, and we created institutional standards for ethics in research in these Western Balkan countries. Related to the science education or public engagement, it's just to mention some important examples. For example, we created creativity centers, which means the space where students, pupils, even citizens can be included in small research projects and try in our lab to implement any of their ideas, and simply to develop creativity and to try to transfer ideas into useful products or demonstrators or prototypes. In the field of open science, it's interesting. At the beginning of the project, we asked simple question: how many open repositories you have in Western Balkan countries? And nobody knows answer. And after the end of this project, we will have exact number of open repositories or open science practice in this region. Many of you also talk about the future. On the first slide, you had the opportunity to see the slide from Cordis webpage, and the leitmotif was entering Western Balkan into future, or RRI in the future of Western Balkan countries. And actually, we also develop future scenarios in responsible research and innovation in Western Balkan countries, starting from the most optimistic for all of these regions, from the most optimistic to the most pessimistic scenario. For example, in Montenegro, they selected salt work in Ulcinj. They work successfully, that is optimistic scenario, and the most pessimistic salt works without salt. Or in Vojvodina, region from where I'm coming, that cooperation between industry and academy flourished. And from another side is black hole, which means no cooperation, no results, and so on. And after that, we organize voting for the most realistic scenario in each territory from this which I mentioned. Just some concrete example. As I said, for the first time within this project, we actually map, and now on our web page, you can see all national open science policies and documents in this region. After that, on the web page of the project, you can find the links for open repositories for all institutions, important institutions which we mapped in the first work package in this territory. Some practical example. I mentioned the cooperation between academy and in spin-off companies or startup companies. We organize actually one competition and we provide very good awards, I mean even in the money, not just laptop and so on. For each territory, one best researcher selected to present applicable results which have potential on the market. And we organize the pitching event, and we selected the most promising ones. We also did many good works in inclusion of in citizens in science, or to try to include more public in research, and to try to solve the challenges or problems of our society. And I will show you some of practical example. We also, in many of your presentation, it's mentioned the percentage of female participants and so on. We have luck that we organize events and trainings for retraining, especially targeting females, to change the professions from what they studies to the professions which they have the most promising opportunity to find a good paid job. And actually in this region, or especially in Vojvodina, we have very good IT sector and many companies like Continental, Bosch, ZTE from Germany opening development centers, and we perform retraining the female staff to find easy job for their families. We also participated in many events for promoting science as a researcher night in the end of this September. But I don't put this slide just to show our booth on this researcher night, but to show you how responsible research and innovation function into practice in reality. So with one project like this one, you cannot reach, tangible, visible impact and outcomes on one territory. But combining impacts of many projects, you can do that. For example, in this moment, I'm coordinator of 6 Horizon projects, and with all of them, I can do visible impact in the region. And how it functions, how to include citizens. For example, when COVID started, all around us, you had the opportunity to see people wearing masks. And at that moment, I thought, what you can do to help citizens. And actually, we embroidered sensors in face masks which can detect the profile of your breathing and can detect the COVID, the problems with lung. After that, we develop heaters in face masks which can kill bacteria and viruses before breathing. After that, for targeting families or children, we develop smart blankets which can play the music, which can play lullabies. If the parents are now on the meeting outside of the country or home, they can put in the blanket, in our small electronics, lullabies or a story before sleeping for the child. And the smart blanket also projected stars or moons on the ceiling, and smell very pleasant on essential oils, which can is relaxing for the children. And on this slide you can see also smart pillow coverage, which can play the music, or small toys which can transfer the message for your loved persons. I love you, I cannot live without you, or for anniversary of your loving person, and so on. And of course, we included parents to ask and to solve the problem. So which amplitude you wish, where to put, do you want to wash this blanket, and so on and so on. And we included all of these feedbacks in our products. Of course, we promoted responsible research innovation through national TVs, and that was a good opportunity. Also, to present our approach, my previous colleague mentioned environment as a fifth dimension to quadruple helix model. And we also try to do that in our daily research. Just to mention some, for example, instead of using commercial ACG electrodes for recording of your ACG or EMG signal, we use potato peel as an electrode for recording your ACG, which means turn waste into value. So you can imagine some rural areas, everyone has potato, but everyone does not have money to buy ACG commercial electrodes or to buy additionally gel. But when we use potato peel electrodes, you don't need to use gel. They have natural wetness, they are biocompatible. Or, for example, we develop from food bite force sensors, which can detect your biting force only from food. So we oriented to turn food waste into value, into new useful products. What is now visible on this territory thanks to this project? When we started project, many public institutions didn't have even gender equality plan, which is the necessary precondition to sign Gantt agreement in Horizon Europe projects. And now they have. At the beginning of the project, we didn't know each other from different countries. Now we can collaborate and we create new ideas. We created 10 recommendations for STEM in this region. We tried to award the best practice in the region. And as many of you on the previous session asked, oh, what will be the sustainability? Do you want to continue this? And we actually now establishing Responsible Research and Innovation Regional Association, which is sustainable, tangible measure or impact of this project on the region. And the whole region, through that association, will continue to implement responsible research activities within the next project. And we already started to intensify our collaboration within new open calls, Horizon Europe, for example, now is open call for excellence hubs, and in that call for widening countries, horizontal dimension, and in that call it's necessary to have at least 2 ecosystems for these countries, and in each ecosystem you should have partners from 4 categories. First one is from academia, the second one from industry, The fourth one is from government to the regional agency, and the fourth one is civil society organization or media. And we already established even the topics with one partner from North Macedonia. We will use the liquid of snail for curing wounds or different injuries, and I will implement that in smart bandages and microfluidic chips. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, very much indeed, Professor Stojanovic. So next up, we have Professor Garcia Mira to talk to you about the Entrances project.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this invitation to be part of this discussion in your policy conference, where I am learning a lot of things. No? I think I am learning a lot of things in the same way that I learn in my own consortium. I also learn with the projects, with the sister projects, where we have a lot of synergies. No? What means that this is a structural diagnosis of what is happening in the regions, in the territories, where we have been working during all these years. And this project is also a project that deals with the social aspects of the transition to clean energies. Is a lot of different chances that has as an objective to develop a theoretically based and empirically grounded understanding of cross-cutting issues related to social and human aspects of this transition in 13 regions of Europe, belonging to 12 countries, 12 different countries that are part of our consortium. And the general objective of provide a set of policy and practical recommendations on best governance strategies and policy mixes for tackling all these issues. Other specific objectives have to do not only with increasing our knowledge about the social aspects, but also to obtain a better understanding of the challenges and coping strategies that are conducted in the territories. Identify the policy and practical recommendations that we are doing just now. This is the last month of the project, and provide a common vision on the societal implications and opportunities that we have to improve and to transit to another energy model, less dependent of the fossil fuels. So this is a multi-level perspective that takes into account global, European, national, regional, and local perspectives in the field of policy, but also is a multidisciplinary perspective where not only psychology is involved, but also sociology, architecture, urban planning, and political science, demography, ecology, geography, and so on. And it's a comparative perspective as well. We are 14 partners in our consortium, coming from different parts of the north and south, east and west of Europe, and from regions where we have territories with the problem. You know what's happening? It's not working. Not working. I don't know what's happened. Maybe it's the battery, but it's close. You have another? It's all right. Okay. Okay. We have to enhance again the screen. Right. Okay. So this is a 3.5 years project. And during the first year, we have been identifying our theoretical framework, which is a multidimensional analytic framework, where different perspectives have been considered for defining these social aspects. So, a socio-psychological, socio-political, socio-economic, socio-technical, and ecological, and socio-cultural. and also the gender dimension as a cross-cutting issue, impacting in the analysis. And from each of these dimensions, we have invested, we have incorporated a theoretical perspective, like, for example, we did with the individual coping, looking at the stress and relief that the workers and citizens feel during this transition when we look at the socio-psychological. But when we look at the socio-political, we look at the transition as a political mean, or we look at the transformative capacities when we are paying attention to the technical and ecological aspects, or the labor market and the structural change when we look at the socioeconomic. And finally, to the territorial stress when we talk about the socio-cultural. The method was a multi-method approach that we used different kind of techniques like desk research, quantitative survey, a focus group, text analysis, data collection, and in-depth interviews for obtaining all the information. So we used both a qualitative and quantitative approach, where we used different techniques specifically designed for this purpose. And during the second year, we developed an ideographic approach to explore and to describe the peculiarities of these 13 case studies, of these 13 regions. The research has applied such a framework and has been focused on describing the peculiarities of each region. After the data collection, which was completed, the case study reports and the comparison of cases, we identified some problems. Of course, we had a war in the middle of the development of the project, and we had a pandemic from the beginning of the project that impacted in the data collection, impacted in different phases of the project. But we designed also a risk plan for coping with all these aspects. The cross-disciplinary co-creation approach is a knowledge co-production approach that involves different sessions with policymakers at the European level and with different stakeholders from civil society, industry, and enterprises, organizations, representatives, but also the co-creation, the cross-disciplinary meeting where we try to put together all the contributions from the sociology, political science, geography, demography, and not only putting together, but we used a transdisciplinary approach, trying to create new knowledge, in the same way that when we put together hydrogen and oxygen in a given combination, and we produce the water, which is a different element from the elements that compose the composition. So these co-creation meetings had to do with this, with the participation of different disciplines and also different organizations and different representatives. In each of the 13 regions, we had co-creation sessions, in order to create all this information. So a critical reflection on the context that the project created, in these different levels and with different backgrounds, have come to know what we need to do to drive the transition to clean energy. These are the regions where we have been working with, and all distributed all over Europe, with some delays in the regions beside Ukraine, like, for example, Poland or Romania, where we had problems with the data collection derived from the flood of refugees, that altered in some way or delayed our interviews, our sessions. But let me say the key messages that arise from the analysis of the data, that are now being analyzed more in a comparative way. Well, we learned that driving the transition to clean energy has an European perspective, where the industrialized countries should share the cost of the transition with others. The co-creation context make easy empowering citizens and supporting social innovation in regions, increasing the acceptance of decarbonization policies. This was one of the more positive aspects that we learned. How the co-creation, how the project served as a context for demonstrating how the change in the governance system can be carried out. And we have the example of this in all the regions. So the decentralization of governance is something possible, and the involvement of regional governments in the energy transition process is must to achieve a just energy transition. Another important dimension had to do with the transition narratives that show the transition to clean energy as a conflictive process in which stakeholders are reassembled in new constituencies. And finally, the regional heterogeneities should be taken into account while making policies for coal regions in transition. We cannot forget that we were working with 13 regions with different levels of implementation of decarbonization policies and with different cultural perspectives, with different phases of implementation. From the socioeconomical point of view, we knew that implementation of decarbonization policies resulted into closure of heavy industries and job losses, as well as stresses related to the individual and territorial identity. An important dimension from the psychological point of view as well, that influence in the desire or in the decision for emigrate or staying, for coping with the impact, for coping with the transition or the impact of the policies. The coal regions in transition facing huge population loss and brain drain from carbon-intensive regions. There was a big ambiguity also between projected solutions in the regions and sustainable solutions. And from the sociocultural dimension, while energy transition paths are under development at the European, national, and regional levels, the territorial transition path of the coal and carbon territories is not clear yet. And this is a fact. Public and private investments, paradoxically, are among the main stress vectors in the territory, as they lead for conflicts, impasses, or situations of dependence. There is an urgent need to identify in which way the energy transitions may trigger or foster effective territory-making strategies. The vulnerability of the territories, of some of them, is not a direct consequence of the energy transition, but is a long-lasting process rooted in globalization and the relative loss of power of the states, as these decisions are taken in a very centralized way. In many of the regions analyzed, the research showed that the local and territorial level is often peripheral to the decision-making process, which prioritize a broader regional perspective, or again with the need to change the governance system and to provide the regulatory system to support the participation of regions and participation of citizens. And regarding the socio-ecological, the success of the energy transition policies depends on the transformative capacity of the regions. There is a limited transformative capacity due to the long-term dependence on industrial monoculture and lack of alternative jobs. The coal and carbon territories have an organizational reality and often dependent of state interventions to increase their transformative capacity. So the success of the energy transition policies depend on this transformative capacity. And what is needed to build this capacity? Industrial diversity, alternative jobs and training facilities. So it's a long-lasting process that requires empowered communities. So the social empowerment is a central dimension of the regulation. But as I said before this morning, the resistances that we identified also in politicians are very strong, and we have to design a pathway for coping with this. Regional and local decision-making power which prioritize a broader regional perspective. And from the psychological point of view, let me say some ideas. I don't know if I have some time or... Okay. So the focus of the socio-psychological component had to do with the impacts of the coal mines closure and on the related industrial units on the socio-psychological well-being. socio-psychological factors and dynamics related to the deterritorialization and reterritorialization of core and carbon regions in transition was part of the analysis. Understanding by deterritorialization the disconnection between communities and the territory, and the reterritorialization, the reconnection of communities and territories, and communities and the territories. So the transformation of territorial local identity of the people and regions in transition was an important and relevant dimension that arise in the analysis. The individual challenges and the coping strategies to deal with the tensions caused for the transition to clean energy were incorporated in a questionnaire to give a response to what are the principal stresses faced by people, by the affected people in the regions, or which socio-psychological factors are more predictive of this connection between community and territory. And what is the role of the decarbonization threats in the intensification of the territorialization processes in the regions, including aspects such as immigration, increased populism, and life satisfaction. So what policies or combination of policies would be more appropriate to trigger, support, and accelerate all this process? Well, graphically, very graphically, the scheme is to identify the different impacts related to the loss of jobs, to the closure of units, industries, to the effect of energy security, the falling demand for other businesses, the decreased attraction for new businesses, the fall in the tax revenue, or the loss of social security service, have an impact defining the socio-psychological process that we are trying to predict in the behaviors of immigrating or staying and accept the changes or the policies of decarbonization, or stay and work to change the situation through social protest or through fighting against a more ideal. So these have to do with the resistance of the citizens, and have to do with important theories of the social psychology, like place attachment and resilience. Place attachment because the level of place attachment and the level of social identity developed by the citizens is going to influence in stay and resist, or stay and fight against the decarbonization policies or against the policies that are considered unjust. And the resilience, the capacity of the communities to deal and to copy with the more negative impacts of the transition. So we are talking about coping strategies on individual level and coping strategies at the social level, trying to identify the decision to stay or the decision to move out in terms of what is predicting this decision. I will comment just this part of the relations that we have identified, trying to look at what information emerged from the analysis, and the stress and perceived economic hardship lower life satisfaction and further increase the people's intention to relocate in other places. Or the transformative leadership of the region, population growth and GDP per capita have positive associations and a negative effect on the stress and perceived economic hardship. Or the employment rate associated to GDP per capita has a positive association to life satisfaction and a negative one to intention to relocate. Place identity and place rootedness, as I have just said, lower the intention to relocate and lower the stress as well. So important things to take into account in the decision-making policy. And finally, the impact of gender revealed that the perception of transitions is still highly technical, and the economic processes have little relations to gender and how it is reflected in plans and strategies of development in the regions. Women remain underrepresented in decision-making. This is one of the main diagnosis, and this is manifested, this is showed in the nominal parity that across the political sphere remains difficult to achieve. representation of women's interest and expertise on the energy, gender, nexus is still very limited. So next steps that we are already doing in this month, because our project finishes next 30th of October, have to do with the quantitative assessment, the comparative analysis, some gender differences that we are working with, and the integration of the survey results with findings from other components, or the development of the policy recommendations that are part of the main objectives of the project. This is part of the structural equation modeling that we are testing with the socio-psychological dimensions related to the decarbonization policies and the intention to relocate or immigrate or stay. And that's all. No? Thank you for your attention. This was the consortium formed by 14 organizations that you can see in the foot of the slide. Thank you very much, and I open to questions.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, Dr. Nina Rila is going to talk her project.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation to be here in Brussels today. And I'm actually really, really pleased also that what I have learned today about all the projects, and also noticed that we have quite a lot of similar learnings in our projects, even though we might have applied different methods and different approaches. So my name is Nina Rila, and I come from VTT Technical Research Center of Finland, and we were the coordinator of TetRRIS project, which is about territorial responsible research and innovation and smart specialization. And today I will be going through quite in a summary way our results, because we are in the final stages. Actually, our project completed last month, and now we are preparing our final reporting. Here you have a list of our partners. It was actually built quite similar way that some of the projects in the morning also, that we had a regional partner, and then we had so-called scientific partner helping in actually interpreting also this RRI, which is fairly academic and term to the regional decision makers. So in Finland we had Council of Tampere region as our local partner. Then Fraunhofer worked with technology region in Karlsruhe, and Technalia with Södertörn in Cantabria, and Eurada is our, or was was our dissemination and communication partner. And then we had also fourth pilot region in Hungary, Timisoara, where Darinno was the local partner, and JACMA from the Netherlands was a so-called scientific partner. Very briefly, overview of the objectives. The idea in our project, we didn't really follow any nailed methodology or focused in any specific sector, but actually what we did was we built everything from bottom up. So from the needs of the regions, and built on that and designed the actions that were taken in the pilot regions. But the main activities also in the project and the objectives were related to actually mutually learning and interacting between each other. So it was not only so that scientific partners helped our so-called regional partners, but also I think, and now reflecting back this whole 3 years journey, that it was also an opportunity for all of us so-called scientific partners to see how this RRI, which is complex, like we have already discussed this morning, that how we can actually put that into practice and implement it into regional context. So there was this mutual learning going on all the time. And even though I said that we didn't follow any set methodology, we didn't, but of course within the RRI theme, we applied this co-learning, co-creation, inclusiveness issues that are kind of in the core of RRI in general. Overview of the project, like I said, we are now in the final stages. We started in 22, and the first year really, I think it was spent mostly on trying to capture what are the needs in the regions. What shall we do? What kind of processes there are already going in the regions to which we can actually implement and bring RRI thinking, RRI approaches. And in that period, actually, we did quite a lot of interviews. We had lots of stakeholder meetings and all kinds of one-to-one discussions also with different stakeholders. Then the second year, we started to develop our pilots, experimentations in certain regions. And in altogether, actually, we had pilot activities, 16 pilot activities in the regions, and these constituted of different kinds of actions in different regions. And at the same time, we were actually lucky in 22 that we were able to hold our first policy lab seminar here in Brussels, and then we had another one in this year, beginning of this year in Santander, and then at the last one attached to our final seminar in Finland. And this year we have been concentrating more on reporting and wrapping up the learnings, and also done some impact evaluation interviews in the regions. And this reporting phase has been fairly, I must say, from the project worker perspective, quite laborious in that sense that we have a lot of deliverables written in our project proposal. And today, discussing with others here in the seminar also, that I actually realized that even though it was not intended so that this would be more of a kind of a monitoring tool or reflection tool in the project, but they have served in that way in the project, that we have really written down and evaluated our actions. What have we achieved? What are the outcomes? Who have benefited? So we have lots of deliverables in our website about the regional pilots if you are interested. Like I said, we had a lot of different kinds of activities in the pilot regions. In Cantabria, they tried more to have a bit of this kind of a sectoral or field focus in trying to find what are kind of the opportunities in different domains, whereas in Karlsruhe they concentrated on engagement, and actually their activities concentrated on building up this kind of a practitioner network and bringing this citizen engagement and stakeholder engagement into the region. Whereas in Tampere, we had quite a lot of different kinds of things. What we did, for example, we were in a lucky situation that at the same time that we started, there was a strategy process going on in the regional council. And we were actually able to intervene into that and bring the responsibility and sustainability dimensions into that discussion as well. So there was this kind of a policy dialogue going on in Tampere region, at least, but also in Karlsruhe and Cantabria in some extent. And another thing I could mention from Tampere is that there we actually piloted this so-called corporate responsibility accelerator, which means that we created a concept for small businesses where we introduced the topics of sustainability and responsibility, and also RRI, and walked them through on building their own sustainability strategies. So this was a pilot which we also then actually extended to Szeged, to our fourth pilot region as a concept note, but they did not have time to implement that in the region within the project. But many different things, and like I said, we built this from the needs, and therefore we didn't have any kind of a specific toolbox or methods that we thought that, okay, we need to implement these in every single region, but actually try to find those places where something related to responsibility and sustainability is already ongoing. Then, in a summary, this doesn't really make any justice to our regional pilots, because I have just collected everything together from the pilot regions. But obviously, when we talk about implementing RRI or institutionalizing also RRI in the regional decision making, there are obviously some things that are driving the process, and some things which act as barriers into that. So it was a very good thing also in all of the regions that there was a presence of change agents in the regions. They were not always the same kind of organizations, and that there was also this kind of pockets of RRI expertise here and there in the regions. But of course, this can also be a barrier when we talk about pockets of expertise, not collective capabilities in RRI. And also another driving thing, at least in Tampere region, was that there is now this kind of a change related to the policy making cultures also, that sustainability and responsibility, these are on our desks. They are on researchers' desks, they are also policymakers' desks. So there is a momentum at the moment actually to also bring the concept of RRI into these decision-making processes. So there is a fertile ground for that. And of course, because RRI also relates to the current policy concerns very much, so that is very helpful. And there are, like I said, there are change agents, so there are also role models in the regions. And then on the barrier side, these are just a summary of some of the barriers that we identified in the regions. So there are, of course, also discussed already this morning, that there are quite many barriers related also the understanding of especially RRI. And we face the same challenge, that this term, this approach was almost unknown to every region. They didn't know what RRI stands for, and even though there was a lot of things happening, so there was this kind of a de facto RRI actions in the regions, but the term as such is complex, and it is really wide also, and it's not very easy to translate to the regional decision makers. But there is also what was one of the barriers, that there is quite narrow understanding of sustainability in general when we discuss with regional actors, not only decision makers, but also some of the industrial actors, that they tend to focus on, for example, environmental sustainability, and social sustainability issues are less addressed. So there is not this kind of a horizontal understanding of sustainability yet in the regions. Some of the regions are, of course, more advanced than the others. For example, the region that I worked with, which is Tampere region, so there is a lot of things going on related to sustainability and responsibility. So we were in that kind of a lucky situation that we were able to relate our activities fairly easily to the ongoing processes. Whereas, for example, in Szeged, which was more of a learning pilot region in our project, they were in a more difficult situation where these sustainability issues and responsibility issues were less discussed in general. And of course, when we started, there was kind of a lack of knowledge also about the concrete local needs and interest. So there is a lot of things going on, which is very usual in the regions and also in the research world, that there are projects here and there, but they don't really, discuss with each other. So the information is very dispersed, and it's difficult to capture. But also what we learned, and what I have also heard this morning, that we didn't either have this dedicated platform. So there was a really a need for common spaces or platforms to discuss about RRI, because that didn't exist in many of the regions. But also, this RRI is a term that also, can be also political, and it's also a sensitive term in many aspects. There's fragmentation and lack of trust and these kind of issues in the regions. And then there are things what kind of hinders also the realization of the implementation. So there is lots of, at least what we found, that there is lots of interest, but there is not that much of action on this topic. So there were not concerted RRI activities in the regions. And these things we tried to address also in the pilots that we had. And for example, in the Tampere region, we created this so-called RRI roundtable, where we collected different actors together and we shared information and discussed together. But there is lots of uncertainty also and lack of collaboration in research and also in policy making. So some of the observations from our project, like I said, there is a lot of things were happening related to RRI, but many of the actors didn't know that this related to RRI. So there was lots of de facto RRI activities going on. Also, what mentioned already, I think most of, or at least, I think most of the presentations today is that when we talk about RRI, when we talk about regions and territories, there is no one-size-fits-all solution when we talk about RRI, implementing the RRI. And also that we are in different phases in our RRI journeys. And this RRI is something what's very important also to situate in and interpret to the language that the local stakeholders are able to understand. And this was one of the reasons also when we decided in our project that, okay, we don't actually talk that much about RRI as such, but rather talk about sustainability and responsibility, which are more known terms for the local stakeholders. Here are some of our policy conclusions. We have even more policy conclusions. Like I said, we have lots of deliverables and we have policy recommendations per pilots and nationally and some of these more general policy conclusions. But important is really to engage closely with the local actors, to their ecosystems, trying to understand what is going on already in the region when you are trying to implement actions related to responsibility and sustainability. And also trying to find these practical processes and procedures so that you don't necessarily create something new, but you use the existing the processes. And also try to find the regional change agents who have differing roles, because often it is that this is also, like said, this is also a political term, and also the regional decision makers, they have their 4-year terms, so it's good to try to build the network within the different organizations and even think about building a task force of different stakeholders in the regions. But also time and money, what has been already mentioned several times, and also we need consistent policies and regulations where this RRI dimensions, responsibility, sustainability are continuously on the agenda so that the regional decision makers and regional stakeholders know to which direction they should be moving. But thank you. I think this was all.
Thank you, Dr. Illa. That was a very good overview of the barriers and also opportunities. So last but definitely not least, we have Maja Bidstrup from the Danish Board of Technology, who's going to give us a little bit more of an overview of the citizen review panel, which we've mentioned previously.
Yeah, so...
You have to press the red button, I think.
Yeah, so I'm Maja Vestergaard Bistrup from the Danish Board of Technology, and you already heard a bit about the citizen review panel during this day. And I'm going to explain to you a bit more about the process and some of the things that we learned. So the Danish Board of Technology, we developed a method, and it's a public engagement method for supporting responsible territorial policymaking. So the things that I want to focus on in my presentation is first of all a brief introduction to the method, and I also want to say a few things about the project context within which it was developed. Then I want to outline the different steps of the method, and by doing so using an example from Thalwil. I want to focus both on the process, outlining the different steps, but also I want to make a few reflections on how the citizens are adding elements of responsibility in working with these territorial action plans. And then finally, I have a few conclusions. And what you see in the picture are some of the happy citizens from the panel in Thalwil. So, just to briefly introduce the method, it's a new method for citizen engagement that we developed to fit the project needs. It aims at representing citizens in policy making, so in this way it also has a democratic perspective in that everybody should have a say in policy making, not only the experts, the stakeholders, academia, but also the citizens. And it builds on the assumption that citizens can contribute with valuable viewpoints to this process that challenge the status quo and add depth to these policy discussions, and in doing so also will make policies more responsible. It targets a diverse group of citizens, so it's a structured attempt really to gather this diverse group of citizens across different categories such as age, gender, educational background, which is contrary perhaps to more common forms of engaging citizens in policymaking. Then we use a multi-criteria assessment to identify areas of improvement. I'm going to say a bit more about this in the presentation. It's also what you see the citizens doing on the picture here to the left. We found for this tool inspiration in existing methods that we try to scale down and simplify to be able to make it more accessible and manageable for the citizens. And then finally, the method is applicable in different policy areas. In the project, we have piloted it in more than 4 policy areas. You already heard about energy transition, active aging, youth employment, areas such as that. Yes, so just a bit about the project context, because it had a lot of influence on how we designed this method. You heard about this morning about the RRI audits, which I called the mapping here, and then about the stakeholder engagement activity, which was the Delphi survey that you also heard about. Based on these 2 activities, the territories, they made the first drafts of their action plans. And it was these drafts that the citizens, they were reviewing and validating in the panel. After the citizen review panel, we had a final stakeholder engagement activity, which was a stakeholder workshop where the stakeholders, they were kind of looking at the input made by the citizens and trying to make it more actionable if this was needed. And then based on all this input, the territories, they reviewed the initial action plans, and then they made the final drafts. Yes, so these are the 4 different steps of the process. First, we asked the citizens to assess the acceptability of actions, and we did that because we wanted them to identify which actions they thought needed some improvements, because then in the next step, then they were working on some of the actions that they selected that they thought needed this improvement. In the third step, the citizens were like zooming out, looking at the action plan as a whole and trying to see whether they thought the actions were solving the overall challenges of the policy area. And then in a final step, we had the prioritization to give policymakers an idea of which of the actions were most important to the citizens. And in the rest of my presentation, I'm going to say a bit more about the first two steps, the assessment of acceptability and also the improvement of actions. So I want to use an example from Thalwil in trying to explain the two steps. And what you see here is an example of one of the actions from the action plan in Thalwil. They had, in the action plan, they had several objectives. And under each of the objectives, there were a number of actions that the citizens were looking at. So Thalwil had an objective that said the municipal administration becomes a role model for the energy transition. And then one of the actions within this objective was accelerated installation of photovoltaic systems on municipal buildings. And in the case of Thalwil, this was not the case for all territories. They decided to elaborate a bit on the action, and you don't need to read the whole thing here, but what is, you can say, key to this action is that the municipality has the goal of building one photovoltaic plant per year. So the citizens, there were around 20 citizens in the panel, and they were seated in groups of about 5. And in the middle of the table, they had a template that looked something like this. They had the objective, and then they had each of the actions that they were assessing. And then we asked the citizens to assess the action based on 3 predefined criteria. We had the first one is, do you think this action will help reach the objective? The second one is, do you think the possible negative effects of the action are acceptable, for instance, on people, environment, or health? And the third criteria was, do you think the action addresses the needs of the citizens and/or intended target groups? And in order to assess these actions, the citizens, they had stickers in 3 different colors. Red meant no, it is far from acceptable in its current form. Yellow means yes, it is acceptable to some extent, but has some problems. And green means yes, it is acceptable in its current form. And this is an example of how Group D in Thalwil, they assessed one of the actions. So you see that overall they found that the action was acceptable, but they also identified some areas that were not acceptable. We also asked the citizens to note down why they did not find the action acceptable. And this was one of the points mentioned by Group D. They said also more investments with private individuals, companies, target to narrow. And I think this is a very good example of how citizens are working holistically and outside administrative silos, which we often see in citizen engagement activities. They think it's not enough that the municipality is focusing on photovoltaic systems on municipal buildings. They think, why shouldn't we also include the homeowners and private companies in order to solve this target? And in this way, anticipating a broader focus to reach the objective. And I think this is also an example of how the citizens are thinking in terms of responsibility and adding an element of responsibility to this policy. In the second step, we asked them to improve some of the actions that they identified, and Group D, they chose to try to improve this action that I just showed you. And they mentioned 4 points that they thought the municipality should improve. And one of the points was that the municipality is responsible for ensuring that private investments in energy-efficient renovations do not exert pressure on the rent level in Thalwil. I think this is a good example of how citizens are thinking in terms of social responsibility. They are anticipating consequences for their everyday lives, making the policies more responsive to their needs. So I think that this is another example of how the citizens are adding elements of responsibility to policies. After improving the actions, we asked the citizens to make a new assessment, thinking like, if we include the changes that you suggest, would you then find the action acceptable? And as you see here, Group D would then agree with the action. So coming to the conclusion, I think in this project we have experienced that the citizen review panels definitely provide some new perspectives on territorial policymaking. And I think that we can also say that the citizens are making the policies more responsible. And in the case of Thalwil, in the example that I just showed, there were elements of anticipation and responsiveness. Okay.
Thank you so much, Maya. So we've got a tremendous amount of diversity, I think, in these examples, in terms of what RRI can mean, and also in terms of the geographical areas covered. It's a really tough ask to ask you to summarize your projects in such short time. We've run over slightly, so we have about, I think, 10 minutes for the... We can extend to 20. Well, yeah, somewhere there. But I think we don't have a huge amount of time, and so I'm going to list a few questions which have come out of the Menti. There's one which is similar to the previous discussion around the value added of the projects. And I guess there's a challenge there saying, well, a lot of this stuff is already happening in terms of transitions, in terms of energy transition, in terms of citizen science and other things. And is there, so are we just duplicating what is already happening, or shouldn't this happen anyway without the project? So you can choose to kind of respond to what added value you think your project has. There's also one interesting, we talked about the diversity, that it looks very different in different places, but there's a challenge to that from a question here about the cultural heterogeneities of regions leading to different actions for each region, and shouldn't we put effort into minimizing cultural differences in how we respond to certain issues such as the energy transition? So you could respond to that. Is it a good thing that the territorial approach to RRI leads to very different approaches? And of course, there is this big question about how do we make more widespread use of this tool? What is required for more widespread use of RRI tools and the thinking at the local and regional level? So what do we need to do to make this happen? What's the value added of this kind of work? And is it a good thing that that we have, that it looks different in different places? I'm not expecting you to answer all of those, but you could pick one of those which you feel passionately about. Wolfgang, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. Well, maybe I'll start on the on the added value, and it taps right into the discussion we had in the morning. I think that obviously, and I said it at the beginning, our regions have already different experiences with different approaches to, for example, participation or design of inclusive policy measures. But the value is also in RIPEET, for example, to provide new combinations of these tools and measures that are specifically targeted on being inclusive towards the stakeholder ecosystem of, for example, a real innovation ecosystem in the energy sector. And it's not common that in the regions, for example, in the energy, regarding energy innovations, different people as from civil society or citizens even have their say on a regional scale. So, for example, the innovation solutions that were created, energy communities, that's nothing innovative in the sense that it has never been done before, but in the specific context of Extremadura, it was something that that was not present really before. So we managed to kind of kickstart this process a bit, and the same is also true for Finland and the Vasa region, where discourses on energy transition have been dominated very much from a technological standpoint, and this kind of energy village concept that is also a bit energy village 3.0, so a further development of energy village concepts that have been developed before, is something that, you know, adds something to innovation systems that has not been before. Would it have never happened otherwise? I don't know, maybe it would have, but I think that our approaches provide a good, you know, maybe acceleration or maybe room or space to try something out and to accelerate these processes. So I think the question, would it have happened anyways, it's also not really an answerable question, because maybe it would have, but that's not really for me the signifying question.
Thank you very much. Professor Stojanovic?
Yes, maybe I can pick up the question related to the widespread. Related to my experience up to now, it's very important to have a good relationship with media. I mean, very often people ask me on different workshops and seminars, oh, do you pay journalists to publish articles about you? No. I mean, if you're doing something which is important for citizens, they simply publish articles about that. And recently it was published about one article. The title was about my team, and the title was Fontaine of New Ideas. And actually my mission on this planet is to help people, or in a recent period, to help 3P. In my team we called P1 people, pets, plants. And when you are doing some applicable research in that field, the results will be widespread and information about your outcomes. Of course, social media, web page, researcher nights, festival of science, that is okay. But if you wish widespread, I mean more than 2 million of people, you should be on national TV. And you deserve that if your result will have influence and will help someone.
Thank you very much. So let's move on to Professor Garcia Meira. Your thoughts?
Thank you. The added value of these projects is that all of them, in some sense, recognize the value of engagement between citizens and policymakers in order to look for the social acceptance on one side and looking for the adjustment, looking for the fitting between the expectations of citizens and the policies. This is not, we have to take into account that this is not the same in all the regions, no? As it is not the same the concept or the definition of social participation in different regions, or because we are looking at different cultures and different ways of different experience, a different history of experiences. I mean that I remember some years ago I was invited to participate in a social participation meeting for the mayor of my town, and the session lasted around 90 minutes, and 85 minutes were used by him to present his project, and only 5 minutes for discussions. So this is not social participation, no? I have to say. So social participation is other thing, other completely different thing, and we have to convey in the need to introduce some regulation system, some regulatory system which supports what social participation has to be, in order to produce a real interaction between, and in order to produce real knowledge from citizens, from different kind of stakeholders, and from all the parts, including the mass media. I agree absolutely with the role of the mass media in engaging change and engaging citizens in the process.
Thank you. So, Dr. Rilla, your thoughts?
About the value added, yes. I already mentioned that for us as well as a scientific partner, as a coordinator, this was a great opportunity also to have a practice to really think that how you're able to bring this kind of a very, very complex concept of RRI into practice in the regional decision making. So I think there was a lot of mutual learning in our project, and this is something what also been has come out in the discussions with our regional actors, or the pilot regional actors, is that what they really appreciated is that they had not only the scientific counterparts to actually walk them through this process, but also that they could learn from the other pilot regions. So in their opinion, that was the kind of the major thing what came out actually in our project. So they really wanted this kind of a reflection from how others are doing, how others are implementing RRI, how others are understanding RRI.
Maya, your thoughts?
Yeah, if I am to pick up on the question on making RRI tools more widespread, from the perspective of the citizen review panels, I mean, today we have heard about the territory's reflections on how to, make this a practice, and being perhaps a bit too costly to implement. So I think to make it a more widespread practice, it needs to be a more standardized practice in order to implement it for less resources, and perhaps also picking up on some of the things that the territory said about the method being too complicated might also be one of the things that that we could work with, simplify the method, making it shorter to make it more accessible for people. And another barrier that I heard today was also this recruitment, that it's really resource demanding for the territory. So some practices would also have to be standardized, I think, in the areas of recruitment.
Thank you. Very concrete ideas and thoughts. Okay, I'm going to see if we have a few questions. We've got one there. Is there anyone else? 2, 3. Okay.
Yes, thanks. Just a quick add-on to the question, like what's added value. When Maya presented like the citizen review panel, it reminded me like when we did the citizen review panel in Thalwil. At the end of the day, we had like a short summary in the team, and we agreed that we found it most valuable, most interesting, those subtopics among the challenge of energy transition more general. We found it most interesting those issues that where there was conflict, where it took us quite a while to establish some form of consensus. And I think like this relates back, I think like was Claire who raised in the beginning, how far are we actually do we need to create this consensus very quickly, or is this like negotiation over finding a common ground and maybe achieving like a smallest common denominator? Is that not like also very valuable? And this reminded me of like, I think like where we can create good value.
I have a question for Maya. That was a very interesting presentation, by the way. The thing is, installing more photovoltaic plants in Thalwil, where I live, and I have a pretty good knowledge of this, it actually raises the carbon footprint of Thalwil. I wonder what your reaction might be to that. I mean, obviously they got the wrong, they had the completely wrong answer. The citizen panel did. I would imagine you did not know that, so I'm not, but if you now know that, what does that mean for citizen panels? How would you react to that? I mean, to me, I know how I react, but I'm curious how you would react to it.
a few more questions, and Maya can respond to that. But
yes, thank you very much for the presentations. Thank you very much, Ricardo, because you touched, at least for us, very, very important and crucial topics as the impact of social impact, psychological impact of all those. But just, I have a question to Nina, but I guess to everybody. You said, Nina, that you realize that most of the RRI keys or RRI dimensions or whatever were already there in different aspects of the of policy making and so on. Do you believe that not you if you believe or not, but do you think that all those all the citizens actually were at the end of the day familiar with all those complicated terminology and so on? Because in our case that was the main difficulty. I mean, we have to explain to them always, every time, and to make it more, we had to downscale it if we wanted them. And I believe that is a very, very crucial outcome of all those projects, as I realized that from your presentation. Thank you.
thank you. And I think we had a question over here as well. No? Okay. Okay, I think, oh.
Yeah, just open it. It's a kind of question, but also mostly a proposal, because when I see all the presentations, I think we need a kind of look forward and try to consider all this RRI in the context of the digital transition. And there are some components in some of the projects, but we have other initiatives like digital innovation hubs. That's also territorial. There is the mission, smart and sustainable cities. There are a lot of initiatives related to Industry 4.0, 5.0 even, and big data, data analytics, smart services. There are a lot of things which might be embedded. Maybe this is a part of a next project, I guess. So that's something. And you already have this how to say, regions working on RRI, and that should be easily incorporated in the new concept, new initiatives. I'm Rumen Nicol from Sofia team, so thank you.
Thank you. One question for Wolfgang regarding this, maybe it's very specific, this 50,000 ticket for the territories. To which institution, maybe if you can explain to which institution this money went, if I understood it right, and if they cover different types of cost, or are there like free spending or what? Thank you.
Yeah, so the 50,000 euros was allocated to project partners of the project. So, for example, Technology Park in Extremadura, Marinova Innovation Agency in Finland, and they then they made a call for energy innovation solutions where we received different solution provisions, and then in a review panel there was selected one solution that is implemented by e.g. local companies or local civil society associations.
So we've got a number of good questions, some of which we'll have to deal with in the break. One of which is this question: what happens when citizens get it wrong? There might be, so their citizen engagement, what happens if it leads to, on some level, suboptimal outcomes? Does that undermine citizen engagement as a whole, or how do we deal with that as practitioners? So the question was raised at Maya, but others might have thoughts there. This question, I mean, are the RRI tools already there? You mentioned that. Is this already widespread in use, but maybe not using the same terminology? And I think someone raised this point about the language. Is that a key barrier? And if so, do we need to change the language? So a little bit of language, a little bit of how much of this is new in local government, and how do we deal with the risk of getting the wrong answer? Any thoughts?
Yeah, so responding to the question up here, I think what I would say is that the citizen input, of course, does not stand alone. They are not the technical experts, and also their input, in most cases, would also rely on the kind of information they have received prior to the panel that can also qualify discussions during the engagement activity. And then I think we need to think about the kind of contribution that the citizens bring. And I think it's a lot about bringing our attention to social implications, the citizens' value, opinions, everyday life experiences, that are making the policies more responsive.
Other reactions? We've only got a minute or two, so,
I can respond to that, what was addressed about the RRI tools in the regions. We found that in our pilots, there was a lot of things happening already, so the regions, for example, were familiar with co-creation engagement activities, but definitely not all the tools are there, and not the understanding also differs a lot. And you really need to try to find also ways how do you address the things to different RRI keys, because each one of these can actually be a project alone. For example, working on gender equality issues in different projects. And that's one of the RRI keys. So there is a lot of things to do still, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Yes, regarding the question addressed by Professor Makouras, I would like to say that if I understood well your reflection, that the territories are different culturally, economically, and with different possibilities. So the same policy cannot be applied. The same European policy cannot be applied for all the territories. And this reinforces the idea that we need to engage the region in the decision-making process, in the regulations. And we need also regulations for supporting that. You are right. The problem in some cases was always there, and you need, for example, in some of the cases that we analyzed, the problem, the level of life, the style life of the people was improved, and the quality of life of the people was improved as a consequence of 20 years of industry that promote and allow it that the people improve in many ways. But in others, where the people is not living there or has not a history living there, that people came from outside, were immigrants, and this is worse, the consequence, because they have to move to other places and cannot be considered in terms of policies in the same way than the former one. So we really need this decentralized policy for putting a bit of order in the regions and putting a bit of orders in the global policy for the whole European Union. In our project, we have also invited some representatives from regions from outside the European Union, like was, for example, somebody from Brazil, somebody from China, and somebody from South Africa. And well, we had the chance to visualize a completely different regimes in the way of the European policies are implemented, or similar policies than the European ones are implemented in these cultures. These cultures with less resources, with a lot of more problems that are compatibilizing with the problems of the regions.
Thank you. So, Professor Stojanovic, any last thoughts?
No, I mean, I agree with the previous colleagues, and related to the language, I totally agree with you. What you say, I mean, it's important to adjust our language, researchers and the policymakers, to the citizens, to the needs of our society. And when they recognize the benefits of our research and or projects, they will willing to be included in many of our activities when they recognize the clear benefits.
Thank you. Wolfgang, you started us off on this session. Do you want to have a last word?
Well, no, I just really find it a stimulating discussion, and also what the colleague from Sofia said, I think is very crucial to see also how these RRI approaches have value and can be translated into the developments in digital and green transitions that are upcoming. And I think that is really something where we as a community also have to come together and see how are these valuable approaches translated into new contexts.
So a big applause for our panel. We've looked broadly. Now we're going to after the break, we're going to look to the future and talk about policy recommendations. So we will now take a break, 15-minute break, 20 minutes. So 4:05, we're back in here, and then we will talk policy. Thank you.
That the last session kick-started a lot of conversations, which is exactly the point. And I guess if I took one thing from the last session, it is that responsible research and innovation can mean many things. It's a very broad concept. Under this umbrella, you can do a lot of things. And a broad umbrella is, of course, a strength, but it also requires us to have a bit of a discipline in terms of thinking about what we mean and how we go about it. The first session we looked very much at the micro details of how do you do this at a territorial level. In the last panel, we took a very broad perspective in terms of looking at what other activities are happening in other European projects. And now the focus moves on to the future. So what might be required for this to have much more impact at the territorial level? So we've got a large panel with people who are going to be able to respond. It's not going to be presentations from everyone. We have Lars Kluver here from the Danish Board of Technology. What's your title nowadays? Is it Senior Advisor? I still refer to you as Director. I'm still trying to find out what it is. Yep. So Lars is, we go way back, has worked a lot with citizen participation. And he's going to be presenting the policy recommendations from RRI leaders. Now, I've opened up the Menti again. And I would really, because these policy recommendations are fresh off the press, I think. They're very new. And RRI leaders will be asking for comments on these. How long have people got to give comments? Sorry, is it a few weeks?
Yes, we can keep them open for 2-3 weeks.
2-3 weeks. But I was going to say, we have the Menti open now. So as you're listening to Lara's presentation of the policy options, we would really appreciate your thoughts, your comments, what you like, what you dislike, what you would change and adapt. That would be very valuable in that process. So please do make use of the Menti. Well, anyway, Lars, I'm going to hand over to you, and you can give us the freshly developed policy options, and then we will have some some thoughts from our panel.
Yeah. Sorry, can you share the Menti? Sorry.
So the Menti, yes, can you put that up quickly just so people can... So 38581427. If we'd had I think Wolfgang said, I'm so used to having a slide behind. I'm so used to having a whiteboard or some kind of, but I won't write on the glass. Yep. So let's move over to the policy.
Yes. First of all, I very much agree with you, Edward, that there were many things up in the air about what it could be or what it could not be, and during our discussions, I would like to go a little first, before I present the concrete recommendations, I would like to go a little bit up in the helicopter to try to gather some of these concepts that have been thrown around. It's important to understand that RRI was developed by the European Commission for Research and Innovation because there were many people insisting on their perspective being so important. Ethicists were always insisting that ethicists could solve any problem if they were just asked. Gender were pressing. We need to have more gender discussions in science. Youth education, technology literacy people were now and then asking, and so on. So first of all, the Commission gathered a lot of these aspects of technology and research into the concept of RRI. That's what's called the keys. So that's about content. So the keys kind of give a package of content, but it's an open package. You can add things when they are, for example, sustainability is not in it. In the original keys, but everybody talk about sustainability now as an aspect. So it's something we can add to. But it's kind of a tick list that there are some things we should consider when we work with such serious things as technology and science, that we should kind of ensure that we get through and consider all of them. They might not all of them be important, but we should consider if they might be important and then work with them. That's one thing. Another thing that the Commission did, very much managed by some papers that came out of some groups, but which I think was a very good trick, was to say, well, one thing is content, another thing is process. We also need to give some ideas of how you can do it. And that's where the air thing comes in. Well, you have to be able to look into the future, to discuss what this will mean in the long term. You have to be able to have some, you have to be able to deal with comprehensive thinking. So that's what we call reflexivity. You have to be able to involve more than the usual suspects. So this inclusiveness and engagement. So basically the AIR principles are about process. And I think we have maybe think of what that would mean if we did that in all policymaking and not only science and technology policymaking. This is basically a recipe for good governance, in my view. And that is why it's relevant to discuss the movement from the research and innovation field and into territorial policymaking. There's another reason why this is important, in my view. If you look at the mega trend over the last, I would say, 25 years at least, we have seen that frame conditions for change in our society come from EU and nations. But increasingly, the implementation is pushed to the local level, to the regions, counties, municipalities, towns. So implementation is actually out there in the terrain. And I think that's a very important observation for our discussion here, because implementation is everything. It's when we make the plans, when we decide if we should have district heating in Thalwil, when we decide if we should have more bicycle traffic in the town, when we decide how to manage the youth when they make noise in the main street Friday evening. That's where it's important that you have an approach to doing things responsibly. So what we're discussing here, to kind of let it diffuse into regional policy and regional, you see, political culture, in my view, is very, very important, because that's where things really happen. That's where we implement things. So that's just to put you up in the helicopter. And I mean, if you subscribe to this kind of thinking, then we also need to discuss how to do this. How can we implement this kind of responsibility and I mean coherent kind of thinking of the many aspects in the more local territorial policymaking and governance. And that's what these recommendations are about. The recommendations have been made from a discussion that some of us have had based on the statements that came from the cases. But also sometimes while Sofia has said, well, we also discussed this and that a lot in the consortium. So it's a mix of messages that come from different places, but the statements from the territorial experiments have been very important. There are three clusters of recommendations. One is about capacity building. One is about what do you get when you implement this practice and how can you support that. And the last one is how do you implement it institutionally. Let's start. We have heard this about capacity building. How do you do this? We also had a lot of this talk today about, well, maybe this review panel and the whole process was a bit too heavy for some of the regions and towns. For me, as I've been a practitioner in engagement and policy making for, yeah, the hair grew gray over the time. 30 years, more than 30 years. And for me, this is a matter of capacity in being able to implement processes. I mean, you have been in cases where you worked with one method. It was heavy, but it was also well financed and big, and it's an experiment and all that. It's fine. But when you go home, then capacity is about picking the right tool for the right problem. And that capacity is so important with what we're talking about here. I will come to it a little bit later. So there is a low know-how and experience. That's one of the statements we have heard. There needs to be anticipatory capacity. And how do you do that? We've heard that. And also we have heard that developing resilience is very important, but also which processes actually lead to you developing resilience. And so that is a very important capacity building to be able to run such anticipatory processes. The second one is to be able to run processes that at least evaluate which aspects seem to be very important here, then focus on those that are important. So this is a prioritization process that should not be done by one civil servant sitting there late in the evening making papers for the municipality council in 2 weeks. It's not that person who should make that evaluation. That is something that should be done in a dialogue, because we have our eyes open for different things. So that's why a dialogue is good at making such an evaluation. So also implementing and being able to run the right processes to make the right prioritization about which aspects to focus on in order to make actually comprehensive a good governance of the case that we have up on the table. That is also a capacity. It's not something everybody can, and it's something that needs culture change in many organizations. Not few organizations are there yet, I would actually say. Around that is this about inclusive decision making, also a capacity. It's a skill. It's very important to say that, for example, well, Edward and I and Sawyer were in a project where we found 60 mother methods of citizen engagement. 60 methods. Yeah, they are in a portal out there. That's for the coffee break. But it's just to say that this is a professional area to make the right choices for engagement. That's a profession. And so you learn by doing, but you also learn by networking. You learn by contacting people who already are doing. So this is something that it's good in many organizations to have some people that focus a little bit more on this than others do, so that you have some internal experts in this. Okay, if you do that, what can you then do? Well, a very important thing, and we also heard that many times today, it has to be context. It has to fit the context. We heard that from nearly all of the cases, that you didn't really think that the methodology in this project really was the one you would use. And we also heard from Sofia that you have done many other things, so you could really be relaxed about that. You knew that, and which is a good. I mean, it makes me think that that's exactly what I mean with the capacity on inclusive decision making, knowing the methodologies, relaxing a little to take the right choices. But when you can do that, then you're able to fit the interventions you make to the specific topic, to your context, to your local context. And I've said also to the situation and the needs. So you are able to have a good discussion of which kind of processes we need to run. Well, we need to be able, there's a conflict here. So it needs to be a process that can deal with that conflict or something like that. So, and that's exactly what people who are trained in, who have the capacity we just talked about, can do. Another thing is the fairness discussion, ethical and social aspects of what you're doing. Who will gain and who will carry the burdens? This kind of discussions are extremely important for local policy. And often when you only listen to stakeholders, then you'll be blind for some people who have to carry some burdens. So it's important to be around in society, to get around in society, to actually identify where the burdens of a certain development will be and what's the downside. It's more easy to listen to stakeholders who will point at the upside of things. But you also need to be aware of the downsides, and you have to balance them. That's what politicians do. So it's very important to work with ethical and social aspects so that you actually take balanced and fair decisions. And another thing is rethinking the wider responsibility aspects. So now we're into the, the equality, gender, diversity, transparency in policy making, open data, open access, education, science education, literacy discussions. So this is a kind of, I see this more as the wider. The first one, on fairness and equality. That's something everybody knows about, but they do not necessarily work with it in a consistent manner, which is what RRI can give you. The other are to take some things that we now and then say, but there might be a gender issue in this. Why not systematize it and put it into your practices? And that's what you will gain from building up these capacities. But implementation is all. And implementation happens in institutions. So it's also needed to think a little about how can institutions manage this. And my personal take on this is, this doesn't come by itself. It just doesn't come by itself. Then we'll just do what we did yesterday. This is an organizational change like all other kinds of organizational change. And most organizations, most leaderships in organizations have something they do when they need the organization to act a little different than they did yesterday. You have to do the same here. You have to see this as an organizational change, and you have to go through the processes you would normally implement when we talk about organizational change. We have 4 points we will point at here. One thing is about RRI in research and innovation. So this is about demanding it when you make funding, for example. It's about administration of research and innovation. It's about insisting on the quadruple helix, and we even heard about the pent something, I don't, quintuple helix. But it's about, I mean, not having this as something people sometimes say, oh, should we also invite? It's about always considering if this really is important. So there's something specifically in the corner of research and innovation locally and regionally that is important to implement. It doesn't come by itself. Peer-to-peer learning makes a lot of sense. Everybody do not have to make their own experiences. They can also learn from the experiences of others, like we have done today. So develop situations where people can talk about this, talk about their cases, the problems, but also the gains they got. And it would be nice to hear from the Committee of Regions what there is in this. I mean, what is done on the European level to actually help peer-to-peer and networking and exchange of experience along. Observe if people do it. Don't expect, with any organizational change, you don't get anywhere if you do not measure if it happens. So evaluate, observe, monitor, put off KPIs, although I hate KPIs myself, but they have to be put up. And so there's something about evaluating and setting up the right system to be able to see if we move in the right direction. And then finally, there is something about institutionalization, and any leader of any organization knows what that is. That is about making protocols, routines, putting it into the digital systems, saying that this, I mean, putting quality assurance systems into the organization. Oh, you've made this note to the municipality council, but you forgot the paragraph on engagement. And so this is what you do when you institutionalize. And so this is really organizational transition, and it just has to be put into system. Thank you very much. And I look forward.
Oh. So just a few minor changes then. So this is obviously a very ambitious agenda, big policy changes to see RRI kind of go from, we've talked about the risks of one-off projects and it being just something you dabble in, but these changes would make big shifts. Now we have a great panel here of people who have very different experiences, very different backgrounds, and sit in very different organizations, who can give their perspectives from where they sit in terms of which of these policy recommendations are most important to them, if the ones they would change or challenge. And I think I'd like to start with Dr. Svetozar Andreev, the Head of Research and Innovation Policy Sector at the Committee of Regions. And obviously the Committee of Regions is absolutely central to this working. So what are your thoughts?
Thank you very much, Edward, and thanks to Professor Kluivert for also provoking us with such a clear presentation, at least to me. Welcome first to the Committee of the Regions. Probably you know a little bit about us. We basically the house of also of your national and local politicians. For most of you, for partners from the associated countries as well, we work very closely with the neighboring countries as well. So I guess for those participants that are not EU member states as well, I mean, we regularly hold fora. You rightly pointed, Mr. Kluwer, that basically the important is the implementation. 2/3 of the European funding is directly spent by regions and cities. Depending on the national situation, some are more federalized and decentralized countries, others are more centralized, but this is the reality. And this project, I took the time to read some of your conclusions, but also the RRI methodology. I think that they speak to us, and the most important achievements is that first of all, this is done on sound methodological basis, grounds, both by researchers and policymakers. And secondly, it's also evidence-based. I mean, this is also a bit the mantra of the Joint Research Center, that it should be, I mean, our policymaking should be adaptable, flexible, as you have in one of your principles, and reflect the context on the ground. I would like to, in the time remaining, I don't know how many minutes I have, but just to split my presentation in two parts, to give you very quick reflection, also what we are working on here, how it links with your project. Now we are also with the other EU institutions, we're in the process of thinking on the midterm review of the current Horizon Europe program, but also planning for the FP10. We don't know whether it will have a nice title, but what are the challenges, the opportunities, the budgets? Maybe the budget, we have a feeling that it might be increased at the expense of other funding instruments, and the question here is open to all of us. Why? There is a gap and a necessity to increase it, to increase competitiveness, and this is my first observation. This is a very interesting funding instrument, the Horizon Europe, not only for researchers and universities, not only for SMEs, just stay on the, yeah, please, but also for municipalities and for local governments, because it's a direct funding instrument, but also increasingly we see in the current program period we can shape this instrument. And here is my first observation, also linked to the RRI, excellence. We often think of excellence only as a principle when we apply, that it's not subject to the competition regulations of the other operational programs. But excellence, as it was reminded by our rapporteur, is the excellence of researchers and of our research, is the excellence of our ecosystems, and this is what you're studying here, and it's the excellence of Europe in the world. Basically, the more competitive and excellent Europe is in the world, the better, I think, also in a difficult demographic and geopolitical situation. So excellence as a principle also embedded in the budgetization, the mainstreaming of this is very important. Responsible. When we speak of responsible, I read your papers, I think that there is a very clear linking here also with the S3 strategies, the smart specialization strategies. In your project, when I looked at the case studies, it's responsible vis-a-vis society, being inclusive, being responsive. I mean, these are all very important principles, and that I think that politicians with whom I work, they understand them. But responsible is also the responsibility of more advanced regions in Europe towards the other, a bit less being middle developed or in the intermediate regions or lagging regions, as we call them. This was actually in the original planning and, of the S3 strategies. Mr. Faure, the Professor Faure, was saying it's not only localized. The strong regions and more specialized in one domain should help the others. And we don't see this. Actually, the program that serve us very little, there are Interreg, there are a few others like the KICS. Now we're speaking of the regional innovation valleys, but they're taking just now the shape. And I think that responsibility, when we speak of responsibility, our responsibility should be Europe-wide, if possible. And my last comment here is about the maturity of ecosystem. And the professor alluded to this in the latter part of his presentation. It's not a simple thing. It's also a mentality thing. But what we see, if we look at the map, and maybe next slide is useful to have. We have, I think, according to the latest Eurostat counts, around 267, 60-something regions, including the outermost territories. You see them. we always know it also from the S3 platform for a lot of observations. This is the Regional Innovation Index. Basically, around 10% of our regions are super developed, and they compete quite successfully on a global scale. The issue is here that the ecosystems, and it's mostly in the capital cities, it's mostly in the industrialized automobile region, hydrogen regions now, the ones that are quickly moving to the green and digital transitions, and probably in the future artificial intelligence. So they are very quick adopters of all these technologies and have adequate funding as well. The question is what we do with the remaining 90% of the NUTS 2 regions. And if you go into the granularity of the NUTS 3 regions, the situation is even more complex, including in the Germanys and in the more developed regions. There is what we call the innovation cohesion is at question. So when we speak of responsibility, and I link this also to my second thought, is that we have a responsibility also for these other regions. Why is that? Because all our planning that we do here, we do it as if our economy and society are going to move progressive well. But we see in reality that in the last 10, 15 years, we had crisis after crisis. And especially we have here, as you see on the map, you have the new member states, but also the southern member states. When a crisis hit in 2008 with the Lehman Brothers, it's be it imported from outside, be it homegrown crisis, the researchers and the research budget were cut across the board. When we go to politicians, for instance, in Spain, the people who propose the budget, they always tell them which budget to cut. Oh, this budget seems to me big enough. Oh, but these are the maternity allowance. Oh, no, don't touch this. These are the garbage collectors. Third are the mine. No, they always cut from culture and education and research. So we have to be resilient. This is another concept that I also spotted here. But it's a serious issue that how do we plan for the future? But because we plan always at the supranational level or the national level for very positive developments, but very often we see displaced researchers. We had, if I remember the counts from Portugal, 100,000 researchers and engineers left. Greece is even worse. A lot of young people leave. So what do we do with the universities of Bilbao, of Kalamata, of I don't know where, when they lose the top mathematician, when they lose the top engineers? So this is a big issue that also local policymakers are thinking about. And these were my main thoughts, but I'll move very quickly on the slides just to show you what is our thinking with the Commission. Here you have the thank you so much. You have the quadruple helix approach and also the quadruple. It's very speaking to us. Someone mentioned it here. Actually, we have some very good studies in the Committee of the Regions, but also at the Joint Research Center about how to build capacity within the ecosystems. And to our satisfaction, we have more and more politicians that are taking matters sometimes in their own hands and inciting either the business leaders or the universities to work. And we have many, many positive examples, particularly in the new member states, but also, for instance, from Cyprus, from Portugal, and from other places that not obviously just a few years ago. Next slide. Okay, I'll move the slides myself. I have it here. Here it's another thing that I would like to bring your attention to. Of course, many of you know that depending on the member state you're coming from or the nation you have also national financing for scientific. But here we talk mostly for innovation. You see that our budget in Horizon is so big because it is also shared and spread by many directors general. Unfortunately, the synergies are not working very well, also because of the competition regulations that we have in the European law. But on the left, you see Horizon Europe. It's the largest program in the world. Then you have the InvestEU, the Digital Europe program, the Innovation and Life programs, etc., etc. These are small programs, but everywhere you have this inbuilt innovation and research. So what we're striving, at least at my humble level, is to unify and to make it, if possible, more understandable and simple. But still, there are the silos and the problems continue to exist, and it's a matter of debate. Many working groups are created. Also your representatives of the member states, when they gather, they cannot overcome this fragmentation. It's and also I would say this. My last comment on this slide is that there is a vested interest. Sometimes it's not internalized. Of some people, like all of us here, it's an elitist thinking. The more complicated, the more we are shielded from outside participation. So here I see Bulgaria, my nation, people are complaining that they don't have the professional writers and others, but we know that most of the regions in Europe, they have these professional writers that are submitting programs since Framework 4th program, and the more complicated, the better for us. I mean, it's let the others gulp the cohesion funds and the agriculture, and so. And if we can also have a shift of scientists and research into our regions, it's even better. And this is not what we're thinking in the Committee of the Regions. This is not what the Commission wants, but unfortunately, this is what happens at the end. Very quickly, especially the bottom corner, this is the green and digital transitions. They are very much also linked to the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. It's always on our minds as well. You should know the global aspect of it all. It has also a lot of political implications, but I don't enter into this. Just to accentuate, to give you an idea about these missions that we have the 5 missions. I don't know why I circled this, but we have at least 2 of them are very much geared towards the cities. The city missions, as we call them, the climate adaptation one. But all the missions are actually discovered belatedly that they are also linked to local territories. Why they're good? Because they try to unify a lot of these instruments, but also to give directionality, like a strategic direction where we want to go. And more we see, because you have this element of foresight also in your research, they want to give a direction and a linkage also with the S3, Smart Specialization Strategies. It's quite suitable also for policymakers. And finally, really two slides is we have this the new instruments, which is a soft instrument. It's not backed by any money. They're the so-called partnerships for regional innovation. These are basically, not to complicate things, these are the S3 strategies plus the green and the digital. So JRC is working on it. Basically, as we see it, it's an instrument to create synergies. Because as you know, cohesion funding is actually, that's where the big pot is, and we want to create this bridge. And there was a pilot action that was launched last year, and now we are in earnest into the project, and the Parliament is supporting it. We had 74 territories, 4 member states, 63 regions, as you see, quite a keen interest, especially in the north of Europe, on this. And finally, I wanted to also to situate these partnerships for regional innovation, just how they try to bridge the different elements. And on the left, you have a little bit more the ERDF, the social policy. These are the structural funds, but you have also the SME policy. You have the KICS and the EIT. You have the Digital Europe program. And here on the right, as you may notice on your screen, you have the ERA hubs, and especially the RIFs. These are the regional innovation valleys that were, I think the call is about to finish soon, but this is yeah, it finished yesterday. So, but a lot of hopes are put on that, and this is it. Thank you for the attention. But just I wanted to show you that we are working on this, not only proclaiming politically what should be there. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ander. Very good to hear all the activities you're doing. I'd like to move now to the person on my left, Bogdan Shelariu. You're the president of the European Association of Development Agencies, and I think the development agencies have really come up over the last decades as a really key actor in being able to do things that other institutions struggle to do. So what are your perspectives on this area?
Thank you for the question. Well, it's nice that I can speak after the COR because we share some stories. But I will start with the story because in the title of today's event, we talk about territories. And I would just like to briefly say that EURADA is a member organization. We have more or less 70 members from 22 states. We are 31 years old. Why I'm saying we are 31 years old, and that's important, because I want to reach a bit the topic of how we decentralize politics in Europe, is that more or less in 1992 there was an EC regulation that actually entitled the Commission for the first time to entrust appropriate intermediaries to manage global grants. This is how all it began. I mean, after the Second World War, we know that centralism was quite important. Many things were centralized in Europe. And this regulation in 1992 made space for some decentralization. Many things that we talk about today as regional and local, they seem with us forever, but they are not forever, and a lot of people really fought a lot for them. That's, I think it's quite interesting. And this is what we call today the transition to some sort of policies and intervention. They are not geographically blind. A lot of ideas in society before this time were geographically blind. So we say we need more research, who cares where it happens? We need more economy, who cares where's the factory? We need more employment, who cares where it is? So it was a major paradigm shift that we started to think about territories. And I would also like to say that this shift was not, took a lot of political debates and so on. Apart from this, I would just like to say that RDAs, and then later I will tell also why EURADA is interested in this kind of projects, really dealt in the past years with a lot of ideas. We started 30 years ago with literally building industrial assets, then it went to FDI, entrepreneurship, and so on, and we get closer and closer to innovation, to research, to foresight, to many other things. So we also modernized our activities. This was a bit of a historical background, and just saying that the big win for today, and why I think it's very nice to have projects like yours, is that we push a bit the pedal on decentralizing capacity and decentralizing the research policy, which traditionally was extremely centralized. It's one of the dinosaurs. Many things were given to the people or to territories, but research and innovation was still kept traditionally in the capital. It was an elitist thing. I would go to another topic just to make things a bit more complicated. I will refer to a conference that happened in 2019. It was called the Future Technology for Prosperity. There's also a report about this. And it was very interesting because it explored a bit what will matter in the future, especially when it comes to prosperity. We focus a lot when it comes to research and innovation on GDP growth. We see it's important. GDP is still important. But in the future, prosperity will also be important, and the well-being of people. Like maybe we lose the economic we lose the economic competition with other continents, but this doesn't prevent us to have a happy and high standards in Europe, and that's quite important. So in this report, we talked a lot about what will be the future technology for prosperity, not for GDP or economic growth. Also, there was a big debate, and I think the RRI is very good at this. There was a big debate on the fact that things have changed from the report, but the fact that in Europe we were very much at that moment focusing on blue sky research, and that at that time missions were still at the beginning. China, for instance, was able to deliver top-down, goal-oriented policy. And okay, maybe in Europe we don't want a top-down, goal-oriented, but maybe we want a bottom-up, goal-oriented. And then missions came, and there was something very, very fresh in Europe. Some other critical points identified in the report, and I think you also tackle with your project, is that there's an increased complexity of research and innovation. this means that the readiness of society to accept it, it's actually going down. I mean, complexity goes up, readiness goes down. We see this, what is happening with vaccines, with many things. And we see also anti-expert speech in society. And also, it's harder for people to understand the impact of this. And then the missions came that started to solve some of this. But I will interpret it in a different way sometimes, in the sense that the missions and all the Mazzucato work came with this idea that we have to explain to people what we do. And we shouldn't, how should we ask people to vote for a bigger horizon Europe if they say, oh, there's all these people working with nanotechnology, micro whatever, molecular scanning, who cares? And we need to translate, yeah, this is for cancer. Would people vote for this? Maybe. Would they vote for micromolecular whatever? Maybe not. So the missions came with a lot of cool things. Directionality was very nice. It made somehow very clear and easy to translate to people what research and innovation means. But critics, especially people like us coming from regions, said that this was, again, a very top-down approach. Missions were, of course, it's related to one of the questions, like if regions are so diverse, why do we have different answers? Well, the mission said we have only one answer for climate. We have the same answer for cancer. We can debate hours for this. Do we have the same answer for cancer? We have different diets in Europe. We have different inputs. Do we have the same answer for climate? Some people say that in some regions you need retrofitting, in others not. In some regions the houses are built from different materials. There's a big debate. What I wanted to say with this is that the missions were very nice, solved some sort of the problems that are also tacked by responsible research and innovation, and generated again a debate that this is again a sort of centrality, that people in the territories, people in regions, in cities and villages don't understand what is, why should we contribute for a clean ocean? Why all these people from rural Europe should think about the city's mission? Why? So there was a big debate. I'm a big fan of the politics, so I'm saying like I bring this as a positive criticism. So we can consider that this was again some sort of backlash from centralized ideas or top-down approaches. Then we had, as we heard today, the regional strategies, the RIS3, and the fact that again it was a step against geographically blind policies, like saying, hey, we need more local people, more ecosystems to be involved in some strategies that relate to how we spend money and so on. Something that I would like to say now is that things are even getting more complex. Like we have the twin transition, we have a lot of debates about net zero, we have debates about how do we counteract the Inflation Reduction Act, which, by the way, many people say that they are not geographically blind. So the Americans now have politics that actually look more at the territories than what the Green Deal is doing. So there's a lot. I must say that the topic of today is very important because it's strategically important in Europe today to discuss if territory matters or not, and how much it matters. And also, just to say that if we want to accomplish all our targets, like especially when it comes to twin transition, the mission targets, everything about construction, food, farming, and so on, if we also want to be fair, we want to be responsible, we also want to have a fast deployment of everything. We want new markets in the world, but we want also to be autonomous, to have strategic autonomy. That's kind of hard. And the beauty of the projects like yours is that they really question this. And I think, to be honest, before this event, I was checking. I know EURADA is in some projects about RRI, but I checked a bit like the quantity of projects and the budgets, and I must say there are not so many projects, but the topics that are discussed, I find them strategically important for the future of Europe, and I think somehow that the debate of today should be really moved in totally other circles of the Commission or of the interinstitutional dialogue with the Committee of the Region, with the Parliament, with the Council. So I would say that you're really scratching the most hot topics that are now in Brussels, if you're aware of them or not, but it's really an important work that you do. I will try to stop here and just concluding that for us at EURADA, it really matters a lot to focus and to defend the policies that are not geographically blind, so the ones that favor place-based. And quite often we try to celebrate the small wins. And small wins, it's always when there's a bit of research and innovation, initiative, politics, programs, policy, whatever, that refers to territories. And we celebrate each time is possible the decentralization of something that comes closer to people, to local politicians, to local stakeholders, and so on. And to celebrate that many tools now think about territories. And it's also about the regional innovation valleys, for instance. They are extremely complicated. Obviously, they are done by people that don't understand place-based approaches, or maybe they don't fully understand what the territory has to do with research and innovation, but they are fantastic that they are there. So we have to be thankful that it's a tool that exists. It's the beginning of many other things. So this is it from my side.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's really valuable to get that historic perspective as well. This is part of a bigger shift. So moving on, I'd like to hear a bit about what Professor Anna-Marie Forsberg thinks. So you've obviously worked a lot in Norway and other with research funding.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I will try to be quick. But I wanted still to reflect a little bit on my experiences with the project. Because I've been an advisor from the start, and it's been, I'd like to thank Zoya and Marco and the team for letting me know this project very closely and also getting to know this nice consortium. And I think that it's been a very interesting progress of the project, and I think you've had very interesting results, and there are still a few more benefits to reap, I think. But I had 3 questions when I got to know the project, and maybe I have a few answers to that now. The first question I had was, the RRI-LEADERS project is about RRI in territorial or regional development, while RRI originally is an approach to research and innovation. So how does that fit together? There are a couple of answers to that. I think regional development can be seen as a form of social innovation. So in that sense, social innovation should be responsible. And of course, also good territorial development includes research and innovation strategies. So that also is a good connection to why we need RRI for this kind of project. Then another question was, so why do we keep talking about RRI when the European Commission is kind of stopping to talk about RRI? Now it's about open science, it's about co-creation, it's about citizen science, but in a sense, I think, who cares? It doesn't matter. And I think that RRI-LEADERS have made a wise choice in operationalizing it more into air, because air is not going to go out of fashion. being anticipatory and inclusive and reflexive and responsive is going to continue to be important. So I think that was a good choice. And my third question about the project was the leadership. It's called RRI-LEADERS. So I was wondering, okay, is there a kind of management or leader theory here? But it hasn't really delved into that discourse. But on the other side, I would say that responsible territorial policy is about leadership. It's about co-leadership. And leadership can be called a set of behaviors used to help people align their collective direction, to execute strategic plans, and to continually renew an organization. So it's very close to RRI. It's very close to AIR. So I think that, in a sense, what we see here is that good leadership, although the municipalities are important, of course, but it doesn't have to be initiated by the municipalities. It can be initiated by many actors in this ecosystems that you've been working with. And these actors should work together and each take their responsibility as leaders in the system and not wait for one actor to do everything and they are just a little bit involved. So I think you have explored that in the project, and I think that's really interesting. And I hope, and that's also kind of forward-looking now, which we've been invited to do, I hope that the results and learnings from the project can inform territories and regions across Europe, not only the ones that are represented here. And you have shown very nicely, I think, that the different regions have different challenges, and learning from that and getting these messages out, how to tailor the different aspects of AIR to the different regional needs, I think it's still an important challenge for the project. So I think I would encourage you to do that as much as possible now, and also think about the legacy of the project and even plan that even more, because you have started the process, and how can you engage even more regions into it for a longer time. So I have also just 3 quick inputs to the nice policy recommendations that I think are good. As I said, I think you need a little bit more analysis of the learning points and also plans for ensuring the legacy. I think that you have planned an RRI observatory, and obviously this works in Balkan, but I don't know if really you should call it an RRI observatory, maybe connected more to the Sustainable Development Goals, because they have more policy currency over time, easier to understand and connect to. And partnerships is the SDG 17, which also is this kind of procedural. So perhaps connect more to that. And yeah, I think maybe that's enough, and the others need to say something too. And I would just like to congratulate you, and again, with very good work, and thank you.
Thank you for a nice mix of kind of the big picture and also very specific ideas about improving the policy recommendations. So moving on to Dr. Claire Naveles, thank you. So you've worked a lot with policy as a policy analyst and as an advisor, looking at particularly at research and innovation policy at different levels. So with that hat on, what's your perspective on the policy recommendation?
Thank you. So I put my hat. Yes, indeed, I don't come from the RRI world. I've been working on research and innovation policy since also many years. I mean, my white hairs are not widespread, but still many decades. And I've seen indeed big evolution in those policies. I'm also working on regional development policies, structural funds. Big evolution with a demand for much more evidence-based policies, much more impact-oriented or impact-driven policies, getting more value from research and innovation. I remember sometimes in a younger age where I was working with some regions where we were heavily attacked by saying things like innovation is not research. So things have been changed. Broader innovation perspective beyond technological innovation, broader aspects of innovation. So this movement and the RRI concept, or the broader RRI concept, is really fueling nicely into this evolution. So I understood the role of this session was to talk about policy and to discuss the policy recommendation, and I was a bit puzzled because I thought Lars is not presenting the 10 policy recommendations that we were asked to read carefully and comment on. And then after a while, I realized that, yes, he's making his own interpretation of the 10 recommendations. That was really, I think, great. So I will do the same, my own interpretation of the very good policy recommendations looking towards the future. And I thought I would make 4 points. But I think overall, all recommendations are very valid. But kind of prioritization, what seems more important or more urgent, maybe also more difficult to me. The first point would be mainstream. And mainstreaming means very concretely, how do we translate the complex concept and components, because RRI is multifaceted, complicated, but inside all the elements are themselves very complicated. So how do we translate this into policy reality? The various programs that you have been talking about, cohesion funds, smart specialization, what is it? Because that's what a policymaker is doing today. I have a smart specialization policy, which is already can stay something very broad and aspirational. It has to be translated into the reality. Then I have these RRI, very good ideas. What does it mean? Does it mean new criteria, new directionality for program, but new criteria for selecting projects, new guidelines, nothing obligatory, but guidelines, teaching, maybe some targeted action, bold action, pilot projects, some specialist teams. So I think in terms of the way forward, I would put this first, redesign, not only think, but act on the policy portfolio so that those dimensions are integrated. And what I saw as very valuable from this project, I was also an advisor like Ellen Marie, is the combination of all those aspects. It makes it too complex, frankly, but the question is that I see so many interrelationships between them, and it's also why it's difficult to have 10 points and come back to the 9 elements, because as I read it, I found the elements are a bit mixed, and I would perhaps reorganize them differently, but it's a never-ending game because they are linked together, and what's interesting is the synergy between inclusiveness, reflexivity. Some concepts are integrated into others, and I think that's what I thought when I realized there were slides from you, that some concepts are embedded in others. So it's complicated, but the value added is that they are there together. But how do you translate this into the policy portfolios? Because we tend to see pilot projects, nice initiative, but this is really a drop in the ocean of the policy portfolios that are there. And so it's nice to have nice drops in the ocean, nice pilot projects, but it doesn't change the picture if the rest of the action are business as usual. So how are those pilot projects and experiments, which are very interesting, translated, mainstreamed into the regular policy portfolio? And cohesion policy, you said small program, but the big one was somewhere on the right. And it brings me to point 2, multi-level governance. In the project, in the recommendation, there are many things, multi-stakeholders, multi-domains, and certainly this is all necessary. There is still not done sufficiently. Well, the multi-stakeholder has been emphasized a lot, but the multi-domain goes hand in hand with the multi-stakeholder. But focusing on the territories, we shouldn't forget that the multi-level governance is also important. Even if you are a small municipality like Thalwil, which is the smallest territory we had in this project, canton, national, AU, well, maybe not so much AU for the Swiss case, but for all the AU territories, at least three levels. If we are in other countries, there will be more provinces in between and so on. So the articulation of those principles at all levels is really important as the go forward, and it goes together with the mainstreaming. So coming back to the missions, I've been evaluating the mission on climate change adaptation in the team who evaluated the 5 missions, and one of the key, we loved the concept. We still love the concept. We think this is the right way. But we couldn't make a statement about the expected outcomes of the missions, that it is seed money from the horizon that should have accelerating and diffusing effects on national, regional, local efforts. Today, at the moment where we did the analysis first semester, it's not yet there. So missions are on your small side, but they should actually be very big. So this is where the multi-level governance is taking place, because it means that local authorities, regional, national authorities should tune their policy agenda to the big mission agenda. Third point, capacity. Well, it should be perhaps the first point, but since decades we are talking about the innovation paradox, that innovation policy paradox, I should say, that the regions, the territories that need more innovation are the ones that are less able to capture all those opportunities that are around regional innovation, valleys, S3, whatever you name them, cohesion policy, bulk of funding, because they don't have the capacity to design properly and absorb. So capacity is a terribly bold issue. And it means a lot of things, but perhaps I should say the first thing is the mandate. If a territory lacks a capacity, it may be because there is no mandate to do this work. The mandate might be just for local authorities to implement business as usual policy. So if there is no mandate, who will do it, with which resources and with which skills? And okay, it's a very big issue, but I was really interested to hear about all the communication efforts, and maybe just naming the project from the Western Balkans, from which we heard maybe tiny stories or small wins, as someone said, but being able to communicate properly to the audience and to the decision makers what are the benefits, because otherwise the capacity, the resources, the skills development are always going to be below the pile of things to do. And the last point, but last but not least at all, point is for the way forward is monitoring and evaluation. So I like the point that is towards the end of the recommendations, which is the observatory. We had already some discussions about that, and Lars, you don't like KPIs, Ellen Marie, you don't like observatories. We need to measure, we need to have evidence, and this goes with my previous point. If you can't only show aspirations and processes, a number of meetings of citizens or whatever, you're not going to prove and to be competitive against other demands on the public budget, for example. So monitoring evaluation is a key for reflexivity, which is one of the elements. So we need, however difficult it is, there is a need. There is a new exercise on the ERA monitoring. In the ERA, there are a lot of elements that are like open science, gender. This is all in the ERA monitoring. So they are just writing a first pilot reports being sent out to the Commission this week, I guess, about what's being done in the member states on all those 20 actions, many of them covering the elements of RRI. So there is an effort there. It's always, all the indicators are disappointing because they don't measure exactly what we want to do, but we will have to start, because we have to measure the benefits. Well, measure, maybe it's a bit to assess or demonstrate the benefits, but also the costs. And not being, coming from this, not being an expert in participatory tools and so on, I still have my doubts about the cost benefit. And we heard several of the experienced people saying, well, yeah, everybody is happy, it's nice to do, but it costs time, it costs money. Maybe for some things we don't have so much time available to wait. So we have also to measure that and to create evidence about the cost benefit. Don't like it too much either as a word, but cost benefit outcomes of implementing RRI. That's it.
Thank you. And we also have Dr. Milton Ladikas from the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. Now, technology assessment obviously goes a long way back, and so what's your perspective on these policy recommendations from your background?
Okay, thanks. I believe I'm the last one as well, right, in the panel?
I think Lars will maybe have a few points.
Okay, good, good. I'll be very short because I think people's mind starts going off, including mine, by the way. So it's good to be short. First of all, let me echo, because already my colleagues refer to some of the points that we have made, but let me echo again the good work idea, because I think that good work has been done, and not because you developed further or implemented RRI in the territorial context, but because you did some good work based on RRI concepts at the territorial level, and you opened up certain possibilities from what I have seen in your territories, and that's by far the most important thing. And the reason I say that, because the RRI itself is, that's my general comment that comes to the policy recommendation, because I have done policy recommendations on RRI as well. We started with TA, they brought us RRI. I have been involved since the beginning on the RRI concept. I have tried to implement it in the national research funders, at the universities around the world, not only around Europe, around the world, and so on and so forth. There is a lot to say there. We have done our recommendations there. We face the same problems like you did, actually, in terms of we don't really understand what it is about, because as you did, we try to bring in all possible conceptual, let's say, entities of RRI into one being. So, and that was science and technology, where RRI was meant to be implemented, and now it's territorial governance, so it goes on. And when I was listening to your colleagues from the RRI territorial projects, when I saw that the diversity of implementation and the ways of implementing, I suddenly something came to my mind that something I read about St. Paul, about that St. Paul had a very unique ability. It said that he could be all things to all people. And I thought, okay, RRI is getting there. Actually, I mean, it seems like he can deal with any ill and ailment in the society, actually. And of course, that is a problem that we're faced with RRI, because if you try to do too much, if you try to be all things to all people, unless you are St. Paul, of course, then you might reach the opposite, be nothing to nobody, actually. And there where the policy recommendations come into play. So, first of all, I completely agree with your policy recommendations. I find nothing wrong, because that's exactly the way that we approach it as well. But it does ask for a high order, let's say, from policymakers. They have many more things to think than RRI. I think we have seen that again and again. So we should be careful about how deep we go with our recommendations. And saying that, and I have some very specific comments which I will send you via email and everything, but I think that the reason why RRI came into existence, and I believe it's the same reason why TA is still going on, and I believe it's the same reason why open science and open research and open innovation is becoming so big, it's something which is perhaps the diamond, if you like, in the whole RRI concept. And for me, that's inclusion. That's how the whole thing started. That's why it gets this the political will of survival, let's say, because it's a changing world. I don't need to go through the debates that you know they're very well, but and the inclusion part of RRI is by far the most important aspect that can be, should be, and the world is ready for implementation. And that should be, in my view, much highlighted as well, because that will give you the easy bridge to the whole new world of open science and open innovation, open data, and so on and so forth. And it will also be much easier to implement. And I believe, if I see the case studies, that the most successful implementation of the RRI that you had came to, let's say, cases where the inclusion was a kind of new concept. I mean, Thalwil said that, well, I mean, I'm not sure about RRI. You know, we have a direct democracy, and, you know, we don't want to make things more complicated. Why should we? But Sofia had a tremendous success, obviously because they're really good people, by the way, really good researchers, but also because it was ready it was a very fertile ground, actually. It was new, experimental, and everyone was ready to do it. So my general comment would be to really concentrate on this aspect in your recommendations, and the way to do it we can discuss also via email. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Miltos. So, Lars, we've heard both big and small ideas and thoughts. Do you have any concluding thoughts?
Oh, I hit the right button. I've just, I want to say, I think I try to be loyal to the text in the recommendations. But what I wanted to do with this scheme I made on the slide was to say I saw logic in it. I saw a logic. There is something about capacity building which I think is extremely important. I saw also a logic about the three themes about there is something we want to gain, something that can improve policy making, better fairness, be more comprehensive, and also be more case specific on which kind of intervention we do, because else we will never be able to implement this. If we have to make a consensus conference each time, I think it will be difficult, or I mean it will be too expensive. So this about being case specific. And then I saw some of them that were basically about, and how do we do it, how do we institutionalize this? So I tried just to put them into kind of a model. I think the difficult thing with this topic is, but also the lovely thing about it, in my view, is that it moves. We change this as we talk about it. And I think that's good. We do that with a lot of very important topics in our life. We do that with sustainability, for example. It changes as we talk about it. And that's about learning. And I think learning is good. I think I would hate if this kind of responsibility stiffened in a certain idea about what it is and what it is not. I love that we have a constant discussion about what this is. And I don't think it's a problem. You can implement things that is under constant discussion, and you can improve and you can learn, and I think that's exactly what we should do with this concept. There's no reason to not do this because we're waiting 10 years until we get the diploma answer about what it is. There's no reason to wait. We can do it now. I think that is very important. One thing I learned in the discussion here, which I think was one of the thoughts I had when I made this helicopter view, and when I read the content from the cases, was that I'm even now, after the discussion and the input we got, I'm even more convinced that the territories are extremely important for this. I mean, it's really where this has to happen, and I think that's a lesson I go home with. Yeah.
So thank you so much for that. It's been a great panel. Ideally, we'd have had some more time for further discussion, but of course we do have the cocktail reception, where hopefully we can continue some of these key themes around institutionalization, language, culture.
I was really excited with Zoya when you approached me about this conference, because I've worked a lot with RRI and science engagement, and also a lot with engagement in local government around SDGs, around public health. And I've got this really strong sense of frustration that these two worlds don't talk enough. And partly perhaps because when you say research or science, many local authorities or regions feel that that's not them. And so I would go back to this point, Marco, that you said in your vision. It's about a combination of boldness and humility. The boldness to be willing to say, you know what, in the territories, it's science. We have a role in science and research and innovation. And this is something where we can play a key role. We should step up to this. But also the humility to say we can't do this on our own. We don't sit on all the, we have to listen more broadly. We have to bring in new voices. And I think there's a lot of very valuable insight in these policy recommendations. And I also hope that this conference, which has brought together these two worlds, which hopefully will merge into one, has provided us with new networks and new learning. So it's been a pleasure, and I think, Zoya, you have you have the unenviable task of trying to summarize what has been said today.
Thank you, Edward. It's not possible. Oops, okay. I will. Oops. Okay, I don't think that it's really possible to summarize in 2 or 3 sentences everything that has been said today. But some takeaway messages: the territorial context matters because of the individual culture, traditions, the size, the political system. One-size-fits-all approach is not going to work, so we really have to consider the profile of the territory. When we work with territories, when we bring them together in projects like RRI-LEADERS and the other projects which were presented today, we need to allow room for flexibility so that we can be flexible and adapt the approaches, don't be so rigid, to properly address the territorial needs. Well, I'm not going to talk about methodologies and stuff. What emerged today, how to say, as probably the main focus in all presentations, well, it was about empowering society, empowering communities and citizens, and there was a very strong focus on citizen engagement in all presentations that we listened to. Now, when speaking about the final session, the language with which we communicate to stakeholders, to citizens, to policymakers, well, this is a challenge to relay the same message to completely different stakeholder groups. So the role of science communication really matters. The way how a message is translated to a certain audience so that it's easily comprehensible, understood, and, creates impact or followers, etc. So these are, some very, very quick. I have taken notes in the last session, 8 pages. I'm typing quite fast. So you guys have really said a lot of valuable stuff. It's good that we will have the web streaming. The link will be available tomorrow on the web page. I think it will be also kept on the website of the Committee of the Regions for some months. So we will send you the link to all of you. And now something very important, which I don't want to forget. We have to move to Atrium 5 for a concert. Not 5.5. And then the concert is... Okay, it's now. Yes, we have to move now. And then when we finish, we will go. You know that there is a networking cocktail at the Thon Hotel, which is 5 minutes walking from here. And Adriana, could you please put up... yes, this is the address, what you see on the screen. And now if you go to the next slide. This is the map. When you step out of the Committee of the Regions, turn to the left, walk up the street. On your right-hand side, the first street which is open, you take it, and then you reach the Thon Hotel just before you step on Rue de la Loi. So it's easy, it's really 500 meters. But we can go together. For those of you who are not attending the concert, you can walk around. And when you come to the hotel, the networking cocktail is at the bar. And please bring your badges. We want to network with you and not with all guests of the hotel. Okay. And last but not least, I'm really very grateful, and on behalf of the whole consortium of RRI leaders, to all participants, to all speakers during the day for your activity. I think the target to network, deliberate, share experience is completed. It's only the last target to enjoy. So let's enjoy.
Maybe one last thing from the three advisors. We would ask you all to for an applause for Zoya for having coordinated this project so well.